Okay, here we are. Tuesday, I think. Um, block, block, block.
Blocking already. Holy mackerel. We just got out of the gates.
Yeah, I
What, they don't like the
mean,
music? Jeez.
it's all I got left, man, is all the happiness is gone, and now the only tools I got left in my belt are pain.
Mm.
Pain for dragon cat gone. So many things are
Never heard of them. Good riddance.
gone.
Doesn't sound Irish anyway.
No, probably one of them William of Orange motherfuckers. So he's gone.
Well, I see we are, boy, this is sneaking up on us here. If you look up to your screen, folks, you see
13
between
days.
two fairly unattractive middle-aged men, you will see 13 days, 22 hours, 46 minutes, and roughly 50 seconds until there is a countdown to humiliation in the state of Alabama, which I hope stays clear of any exposure of the current COVID-19 situation, causing any Ohio-like twists and turns where we end up with no election. So I think by virtue of the fact that these are special elections held as a runoff on a calendar system that's very specified, I think it would be a little harder for Alabama to justify getting rid of that. I have received that question from several people. My expectation is the election will be held as anticipated on March 31st between Jeff Sessions and the winner of the race, Coach Tommy Tuberville. So I just wanted to bring that up. And then, of course, I want to say Slante to all my Irish brothers and sisters out there. This is not a night I'd normally be on. If a Tuesday would fall on the 17th, Glenn would get a message from me saying I would not be around. And this is the first time I've been here in my domicile of any sort over the last 30 years on this night. And I want to thank a friend of the show's and a friend of mine, Bill Moran, for providing me with the information that the Dropkick Murphys were performing a live show via YouTube, Twitch, and Periscope tonight, and I caught it on. Actually, Periscope ended up working better than YouTube. You might be surprised to hear that. Maybe you're or not, but very successful. I think the numbers are going to be close to 500,000 views. And they did it basically for awareness, and they had a little fundraiser going for people that need assistance at this time. And it made me feel like I didn't just sit at home with my thumb up my ass on St. Patty's Day. So I feel a lot better. Um, to be an Irishman, and again, I'm only 50%. Um, we are a particular brood. We just have a different way of doing things, and being half Irish and half German, pretty much down the middle, one way or another. I have my days of uh, pretty stern and truncated angst, representing my German side, and then there's the overly emotional and whatever you want to call it. A little overreacting every now and then. That's my Irish side. So it's mixed together. It's an important night for me. Just calls to for me anyway. Just I think it's pretty unique. I don't know how Italians feel on Columbus Day. Of course, it hardly relates. And I know that the Jewish community has several holidays where it brings up your relatives that are passed on and the Irish heritage. And the Irish are just so we're just so strange about living in the here and now, and then just have a way of looking at things that are very distorted towards people that are not Irish. They probably don't appreciate, but we almost take stock in these bizarre situations. Like, we're all Irish, we're normally out. Now we're all Irish and we're trapped in. And in that way, it almost makes it a special St. Patrick's Day to us because we're strange people. Where people derived and descended from those who literally were starved off their island by the English, not having any readily available sources of food when they had the potato plague. So again, I love all of the Irish folks that we have out there. And if you ever wonder why I get over the top angry sometimes or emotional about something, that's the Irish side. I get a little too stern and, straight laced with something, that's the German side. We all have it. And just wanted to thank the Dropkick Murphys, give them a shout out tonight, along with Bill Moran for pointing that concert out. And if they didn't take it down, I suggest you go ahead and watch a repeat performance of that. It was amazing because they didn't have a crowd to feed off of, and watching a band like specifically an Irish punk rock style band without any feedback from a crowd has got to be something that's like very strange to them. Only in the studio do they feel that type of thing. So I thought it was amazing. It was great. So anyway, that's my sign in. My lead in tonight would be that there were no surprises in the states that did continue with the actual primary. As a matter of fact, if there were any surprises, it was that Bernie even did as well as he did in Florida, which was horrible. Got his can predictably kicked. I did hear from Richard his take on the Trump turnout in light of all of this stuff that's going on. He said, if it was just a normal year with a normal thing going on and you saw this type of turnout for Donald Trump down there, or an incumbent with no opposition, he said, you would think that you were in 1984, essentially is what he's saying. I mean, if it wasn't for the complicating factors that we have with this coronavirus, and any affectation on the economy thereof, we would be in such good shape. It would be smooth sailing from here to the election. But because we do have these pitfalls or potential pitfalls in front of us, it's just frustrating to a pollster like Richard because he sees that if things would just be normalized, Trump would be sailing, even against a mainstream, quote unquote, candidate like Joe Biden at this point. It's just the national news is just, it's like an undertow. It just swept the Democrat problems underwater right now, and people aren't paying attention to it. And now it's about Trump. It's about the virus. It's about how we handle it. It's about the economy. It's about how McConnell handles the dueling with the House on what will get out eventually. And I think that that's going to be where I'm going to have to stay in communication with a lot of our followers, because I can already see it on Twitter where they're reacting to Mitch McConnell saying, our senators are going to have to gag and vote for the bill as passed out of the House, which has a lot of mandates in it, a lot of stuff that makes people uncomfortable with no sunset provisions. And what McConnell was trying to say is that all of that can be effectively undone in the bill that they're working on now, which is the second, which he calls third phase bill. That's the largest bill that they're working on. The quote unquote stimulus bill is not a bailout bill. Most of the money made available by the government at this point through quantitative easing, which has snuck its head back into the game for the first time since Trump is president. These are, $500 billion. We're putting it out there to purchase treasuries. This is nothing unusual for these types of economic circumstances. Stabilize the bond market, which is pretty stable, according to Tim Anderson, in light of everything that's going on the stock side. And then another 200 million are securitized assets that we're purchasing from banks. We're offering them a window to purchase mortgages, car loans, things of that nature that are securitized, essentially collateralized debt. So the government isn't on the hook the same way it was in 2008. It's very important that everybody understands that this is not a financial crisis born of underlying fundamental problems. This is a financial crisis born of our own making. We are, in fact, locking down our own economy. So we're, in fact, forcing our own GDP into the dirt in order to essentially camouflage or hide from an enemy that has invaded our shores. And if we successfully do that, at least in the first wave going through, and there's a recovery primarily in the Northeast and the major financial markets, then of course in the West Coast it would be the same thing. And then even if we do end up with mild breakouts in the middle of the country where it just kind of like filtrates through due to increased domestic travel, it won't have this kind of problematic effect of shutting down major hubs of commerce like we're doing right now. So a lot of people are confused. They don't understand the difference between a bailout, stimulus bill, 2008, repo markets. It would take an hour and a half for me to get through that, and I will if people want me to do that. But I think the first thing people want to understand is that where are we in this process, and they keep some people I hear from feel like they're kind of in a Groundhog Day scenario here where we're being told a tsunami is coming. We can see the tsunami in Europe, but we are not seeing it, quote unquote. Most Americans, 90% of Americans, don't have any idea about the reality of it, and it's kind of like more like an apparition at this point than it is a reality. So it is very uncomfortable, or discomforting I should say, for Americans to willingly throttle down on what was a thriving economy and shelter inside, self quarantine, separate themselves, even in the mildest of holidays like St. Patty's Day, which is, believe me, hard for Irish families to stay apart from each other on this stuff. And people are just not seeing it. And they're seeing the press conference and they're thinking, okay, this is really incremental. So they assume that the incrementalism is going to stay in like this equalized phase. They assume that this is going to go as it has gone since we had the major issue in Washington with the Kirkland nursing home. And thank you, Cindy. It's a pretty tough part of the conversation for Glenn to smile at, but if he does, then that'd be pretty macabre. But yeah, exactly. So what I'm trying to say here is that you may think is normalized. You may think you're getting this incremental increase every day because you're hearing from Mike Pence, you're hearing from the president. But come Friday, Monday of next week, or Wednesday of next week, then it's going to start. You're going to start to see what we've seen in the latest incident was Spain and the UK. You're going to start to see localized spiking. And when the localized spiking occurs, it will start to give us more data on what we can extrapolate from, and use for the larger portion of the country. So, for the people that want to know when this is going to be over, the better question is, when is it going to start? And I think that's finally what the experts have worked their way through all the muddled media messages over the last month and a half, and they finally put the reality before us that the look you see in the eyes of community, state, federal leaders is knowledge that they have to proportionally share with you, so that they don't cause panic or undue stress or anything like that. And of course, anything in an algorithm driven market system can cause a sell off. So we've got a very economically sensitive president here who's trying to literally save the world, his country, and also not endure a total collapse of his economy at the same time. So you got to feed out the information that is that's there. And it's kind of funny because last night I was compelled to get on after reading what I was reading on Twitter and hearing from people on Periscope. And a lot of what I talked about last night finally came out in the written form of the press today, which is that these CDC guidelines certainly are not meant to go to the timeline that Trump talked about, meaning July and August. He's talking about enduring the whole process of the disease and the virus waving through the country from one side to the other. But what we talked about, the CDC guidelines are, in fact, realistically mandated behavioral request. If that sounds like it's an oxymoron, it really is, because the federal government can't mandate it, but they're making almost a mandated request to do whatever is on the current CDC guidelines for the next 15 days. And that's in order to, as I say, flatten the curve. And then if you flatten the curve, at least exponentially compared to what has happened in Italy, Spain, France, UK, you don't deal with the situation that Governor Cuomo thinks he's going to be dealing with. And he's the squeakiest wheel right now as far as dealing with this stuff. It's our friend George, who sent me a very nice birthday gift, by the way, all the way from California, and a very good friend of the show. George saying, just follow the site to confirm at the Johns Hopkins coronavirus map. Yeah, you can follow that stuff. And you're going to find out information in real time. But that I can recommend to you the same way I would recommend that if you have a 401k, that you look at it in real time, because you're going to be up 1,000 points today, and you were down 2,000 points the day before. So you have to like put everything in perspective here. The coronavirus and the impacts of the number of people tested positive and hospitalized are going to not be in steps of 10, 12, 15, and 20, as we've seen thus far. They're going to be in the hundreds and the low thousands. And that's because with increased testing, there'll be increased work by the state and local health departments to do the background and talk to those who may have been infected in the tow of those people's travels, work, whatever. And then they'll find all the other cases, and then those will become positive cases. And then all of a sudden you'll just increase the number very quickly. And that doesn't automatically equate to mortality. It just means that our positive cases will expand very quickly, because as of now, we've tested very few people in this country. I think less than 10,000 people have been tested in the entire country. So you're dealing with a completely unknown quantified issue. It's not quantifiable at this point. You're taking what you can from the data that's coming in from Europe. Certainly the HWO is trying to play like referee over this whole thing, but certain countries just have better things to do with their resources than report every little fact to the World Health Organization or to other countries like us. So we're each going through it in a very separate way. And you got to remember, we're a much larger country. Interstate travel to us is nothing. It's sometimes done through the course of a daily work week for 10, 15, 20% of our population travels across the state border to go to work every day. In Europe, it's just the same geographical distance, proximal distances that they travel to go from country to country, as it is here for us to go across, from New York to Ohio is not much different than it would be Italy to France and Germany in terms of mileage from northern Italy. So, but what I'm trying to express is that the spread here is in no way impaired. There are no barriers that we have in place internally, domestically, that Europe doesn't have. The fact that you can travel anywhere you want as a European through the EU without having to go through a whole lot of passport trouble, that really doesn't bring into what we're talking about here scientifically, because you can travel from here to Alaska by vehicle and never have to provide any identification. So it's a very real threat. The community spread is now where we're looking at. We've had the repatriated cases pretty much documented. The unknown repatriated cases are the 40,000, 50,000 people that immediately flew home as fast as they could when we started to shutter the European countries. Now that just brought a lot of people into this country that are going to be expected to self-quarantine And I just don't trust many Americans to actually self quarantine for 14 days, particularly after being abroad that long. So I don't mean to sound like this is going to be just the Spanish flu is getting thrown around left and right on the TV these days. Well, the Spanish flu, people were still pretty much wiping their ass with their hands. And a lot of people didn't even know what running water looked like in their house. That totally different medical care facilities and all that other stuff. So there's a big difference between that. Now, the rate of infection may be similar, but of course, the rate of mortality is not going to be in any way similar because of the effective way we have of at least treating the symptoms, if not the disease. So I feel where we're at right now is the Democrat primary, rightfully so, has been kind of pushed under the blankets, the subconscious mind of the average American. I think Biden is where he wants to be. I don't think Bernie's going anywhere until the convention, but I don't think that's going to result in anything either. I think the more serious Trump looks, as he has over the last couple of days about this, they're going to start to draw a contrast between Biden and him. And, is Biden really all there? Is he not all there? I think that a lot of independent voters and moderate voters, of which there are not a lot of, will actually start to look and see, is Biden capable, because he gets everything wrong. Like everything he says is factually inaccurate or embellished or something like that. It is the exact same thing the media tries to say about Trump. Now, Trump has pulled it all back in. He is being inundated daily and forcing himself to be literally compressed with this data in real time. And it is the first time, I think, in his presidency since the tax cuts went through that he has immersed himself in this policy issue. And don't be fooled. I think when Trump decides that he's going to learn everything about something, he's going to learn as much as he can about something. In most cases, normalized Trump, he wants to learn 15% of everything so that he can do any one of those, things, and he can do it at least proficiently. So I think when you start to see the polemic treatment from the press reach its zenith, I think it's starting to go down, much like the curve has gone down in China for the cases and South Korea for the cases. I think the cases of the mass mainstream media just attacking Trump daily on the surface of what the federal government is doing responsibly is starting to taper off, and the governors that are really divisive and partisan are starting to, besides Cuomo, kind of taper off in that regard. So that should start to unify the country behind the president. But by no means does that give us any economic guarantees. By no means does that give us any timeline guarantees on when this thing's going to go through and be done. There's just so many unknowns with this that it's hard to quantify anything, including how to help out struggling industries. But it's almost as if you have a gangrenous limb and you have to cut it off. I mean, that is what we're doing to our own economy right now. I mean, we can't allow Carnival, cruise lines out there. We can't allow international flights and things of that nature. So of course we have airlines, we have cruise liners, we have hotel industries, we have casino industries. They're getting hammered. They're getting hammered because we're seeing that this is potentially an infected limb, a course of a highway of infection is available through these avenues. So we cut them off, and we're doing that deliberately. So we need to find a way to not overdo it with the legislative solutions, because you've got the Fed over here doing a lot as far as QE out of nowhere. And well, not out of nowhere, but definitely 6, 7 times more than they've been doing. And then on the flip side, you've got the the appropriation side through the Congress, through the Department of Treasury, which is our money. And then you're going to target another $1 trillion from that side. So we've got almost $1 trillion coming in relief and deferred tax payments from one side of the government, and then of course from the other, you've got another $1 trillion coming as like almost payoffs and bailouts, the stimulus to make sure that we don't have a lot of unemployed people who were told not to go to work and then not paid, and then all of a sudden can't pay their rent, can't buy groceries. All that shit has to be handled. But what we don't need is permanent style legislative solutions. What we need is sunset provisions. We need emergency funding, and then they are to end. So, in my view, or vision or perspective, I see that Mitch McConnell will negotiate sunset provisions that'll take care of some of the stuff that the Senate is actually going to pass tomorrow that the House brought over. So, I mean, everybody's going to freak out. You're going to have all the Rand Pauls and the Bannon crowd where are going to point out like the horrible things that are in this House bill that's going to pass. And then they won't realize that Mitch McConnell will be already working on undoing that in the second bill. So always remember, the last bill wins. The last thing codified wins. Everything before it is superseded. Long opening, I know, but toss in any thoughts you have, Glenn, on the subject.
I don't really have any thoughts. Uh, gonna sort of like go to sleep on all this stuff and wake up sometime in mid-June and see where we're.
Yeah, I mean, the reality of it is this is a urban suburban problem, and if we don't stop it where the people are, it's never going to make its way to certain parts of this country. It's never going to make its way to certain parts of states in this country. It is a conscious decision that those of us who live in metro areas like myself, or those of us who have parents over 70 or whatever, we have to take all these things into account. And I think that our biggest concern politically right now is that there's a large section of very socially active people that can handle this disease almost with the swat of a hand, that remain robustly defiant against the CDC guidelines. So they're the biggest threat to the spread of the disease, and they are mostly high school age or college age or recent college grads who just, you know, don't have fully developed frontal lobes. I'd like to thank Debbie Tyler. The question is, because the Senate will pass the House bill with no changes, will the House reciprocate? Uh, no. What will happen is we'll pass the House bill. We'll make changes to the House bill in the new Senate bill, and those will be negotiated. And so Pelosi will get half of what she has that she wants in the Senate bill left over from what was in the first bill. So that, I mean, she's not going to get these things permanently installed in Social Security or Medicare. These things are going to be sunsetted with the next bill that comes from McConnell. Am I saying it's not going to be a Christmas tree full of ornaments? It's going to. Anytime you get 750 to billion to $1 trillion coming out of Washington, it's going to be filled with shit that is just only required to get the votes that it needs to pass. It's sad, but it's reality. Everything's funny money in DC. Everything's printed. They don't worry about the actual gold reserve in this country and haven't for quite some time. So, as you've heard from many senators and the president himself, now is not the time to worry about the deficit. But that will, of course, be the first thing now that comes up on all the Sunday shows, as if they cared before when Obama was the one piling up historic debt. So we're used to that already. We're used to that type of hypocrisy. and that's nothing new, and we're going to continue to face that. Yeah, if you're going back to state election results, I already covered it, so have fun with it. It's a complete dominating blowout by Joe Biden, and there's no news at all other than the fact that Trump has outperformed any other typical Republican incumbent in Florida. So go have fun looking at state election results. Maybe you live in one of the states and you're worried about some kind of like a state House Senate primary thing. I don't know. I'm not wasting time. Nobody here wants to talk about Joe Biden winning 62% of the vote. If you do, then whatever. We can talk about Joe Biden predictably winning 62% of the vote. Bernie's not dropping out of the race. It's a rumor that Elizabeth Warren is considering the VP nod if Biden would call. There are no facts, and no special elections that I personally give a shit about that were on the ticket tonight. So, you know, Bernie has no reason to get out. I mean, being 78, having ideals that he wants inserted into the platform at the convention, he has to stay, continue to get delegates in some form or another, and he has to try to fight it out at the convention to get enough of his opinions, progressive socialist opinions, into the actual Democrat platform. That's why he's staying in the race. And the fact that he has small donors that continue to give him money. Yeah, we're trying to avoid unemployment office lines. We're trying to avoid DMV lines. So what we're doing here is we're talking about getting money to the people directly by check or into their direct deposit through their employer information that the government has. We're also, delaying your license renewal, your registration renewal, so you don't need to go to the DMV. If you can't do it online, you don't have to do it. So we're suspending all of those bureaucratic things so that we don't have people standing in line for any state services whatsoever, including and especially Social Security services. So those will be handled through teleworkers online, or do not go in. If you're in a state that has cases, which almost I think every case or every state does, but if you're in a state that has a great population, do not go into an urban area to discuss something that you want to talk about with your Social Security payment. A question on your license suspension at the DMV, or you need to get your photo renewed. All these things are basically being pushed off, and in some cases, as in New York and Pennsylvania here, and Philadelphia and New York City, they're basically deferring enforcing any laws really, other than like murder and rape. They're basically just saying in California, New York, and PA, and the major cities, they're not going to be arresting anybody for almost anything. They'll just as far as warrants are concerned. So if they catch you doing something that's criminal, they'll process you and release you. That's what we're hearing is going to be the new protocol for the next 20, 30 days, which could lead to some problems as far as looting and, potential rioting if there is a breakout and turns one of the cities into a hot zone. Let's hope that does not happen. But the fact that again, decriminalization to the nth degree seems to be the solution one too many times with these people. New Jersey also. I think with Governor Murphy and Cuomo, I don't see much daylight. Having to deal with Trenton and Newark, and then all the urban areas that Cuomo has to deal with in the five boroughs. I don't see why Murphy and Cuomo wouldn't be lining their policies up. Takao is saying that the Trump administration plans to immediately turn back all asylum seekers, other foreigners attempting to enter the U.S. from Mexico illegally. The new rule is set to be announced, and I don't know how many Mexicans are even getting through the process in Mexico, where we have them currently detained to appeal for asylum. And of course, they do not suffer the same rate of infection we do. So that would be if kind of a shoulder shrug for me. I really don't think that's anything that's going to break the news dial tomorrow. The Mexicans are kind of mocking us, and they will until they get down into Mexico City and infects all of them and kills about half their unhealthy population. Yeah, Cuomo and Trump went at it both ways today. I've had some people that were disappointed that Trump didn't reciprocate the nod of approval that Cuomo eventually gave him. But you know what? Cuomo has stepped on Trump's dick too many times. He doesn't trust him anymore. He's got more trust for Gavin Newsom right now than he does for Cuomo. So just keep that in mind. Cuomo is going over the top and asking for things that are just not justified at this point. Always We have always had the military capacity to do what we have said now in the last 12 hours we're going to do, as far as 5,000 respirators, 2,000 ventilators, naval ships offshore that can treat hundreds. We have always had this capability, but we have kept it out of the enemy hands because these are our military sources and methods and capabilities that you do never want to let your enemies know in light of a biological attack or any type of warfare. So Cuomo is forcing our hand and forcing this acknowledgement from the federal government and Mark Esper, the Secretary of Defense, indicating what our capabilities are. And it's Cuomo that's doing it, and frankly, it's un-American, and he should just shut the F up. For now, Jen, yeah. I mean, Newsom's press conference, and by the way, he's like, it's just terrible. He's just so fake. Everything about him is fake. But yeah, in his press conference, he was also very, very laudatory of the president and the federal government efforts. And I look at California and what they're willing to accept in the Bay Area as far as quote unquote mandatory self quarantine and shelter in place won't fly in the five boroughs. And Cuomo basically had to call out De Blasio today because De Blasio has gone full FDR. I mean, I don't know if you've seen any of this stuff, but his press conferences he just keeps talking about the CCC and everything that we did with the New Deal and how this is going to lead us into the Great Depression again. I mean, where is this guy's head? I mean, he's out of control, and he's talking about basically shutting down New York City. And Cuomo said, first of all, asshole, you don't even have the legal right to do that. That resides with me as governor, and I'm not going to do that. So all the rumors you may have heard, matter of fact, I think maybe that rumor was flying around your show with the Colonel on Sunday night, was that this, New York City is going to be boom, quarantine, mandatory, blah, 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 blah. Cuomo pretty much took a heaping, steaming shit on that. That's not going to happen. And it also is a good lesson for any of the Q virus people that are left. Hopefully there's no Q people left, but I guess maybe there are. The acknowledgement is that martial law can only truly be implemented by governors, because it's a matter of deployment of the National Guard, which is under their jurisdiction. So there is no role for the federal government to play in that regard. So it's not as if you're going to have a governor that has 10,000 people sick and 1,000 people dead. You bring in the National Guard to help with testing and setting up the hospitals with the Army Corps of Engineers. It's not as if they say, no, we're not going to do the National Guards, and President Trump can step in and say, I'm sending the Army in. As we know, that is repeated and through three major cases through the Supreme Court since the Civil War. You cannot do that. You cannot deploy U.S. troops in that manner on U.S. soil. So it's bad enough that Cuomo is forcing us to acknowledge what the Army Corps of Engineers can do and what we can produce and how we can do it. Um, and a lot of that stuff also came from Joe Biden, because Biden at the pathetic debate the other night was talking about how, when there was a disease outbreak in Africa for the Ebola, which I think he messed up Ebola, he said that the Army Corps of Engineers built a hospital. Well, first of all, we can do anything we want on foreign territory as long as we're staking our military strategic advantage to it. And we built one hospital, I think, for like 100 people, and it took 3,000 troops to do it. So, I mean, Biden is out of his mind. I don't know if Bernie ever had his mind. So neither one of these guys are looking like a true alternative. And, people aren't really paying attention. They aren't looking right now in March between Biden and Trump. You would think that that'd be a natural political distinction right now. Who would be handling this better, Trump or Biden? No, I mean, people are so kind of engrossed into what's going on that they're not really considering what different action Biden might take. I know that probably would upset Biden to hear, but uh, no one's talking about it. No one cares. This is a one man, one horse race, and Trump will win it or lose it. And how do you lose a one horse race? The horse goes down, or the jockey goes down, and so that's where we're at. I mean, this is Trump's race to win or lose, and it's all the federal government and wielding its power effectively is the hardest thing to do in the world. It is trying to channel 50,000 volts into a 250 volt solution. It usually blows up whatever contraption you're trying to help. Matter of fact, the federal government, in its responsive nature, tends to ruin things, tends to smother things, tends to produce overwrought regulatory suffocation to mayors and governors. And so it's a very difficult beast. And it has taken 3 weeks for us to get the right message. And I think we're on it right now. We need to stay on it. Now everything is out of the administration's hands. There's not much more we can do from a technical standpoint other than to see if it works. We're basically telling Americans what to do, asking them to comply in the strongest terms possible. And then we're just waiting. And I think the Wall Street traders, are the hedge fund managers, and everybody else are waiting the same way everybody else in America is. It's a time to, like I said, take stock about what's important. And it's 15 days. It's in a lot of cases, you're talking about 10 business days from now. It's just see what happens. Let's just see what happens. No one can tell you anything. I don't know if you're watching a lot of TV, if you're listening to radio, if you're, whatever. What you hear is repeated over and over and over and over again. We do not know. We absolutely do not know what the impact of this is going to be, because we don't know what compliance is going to be. And we are not China, and we cannot wall in people, and we cannot weld city gates shut. And don't discount the fact that China is opening back up for business. And when you hide from a virus, that's all well and good, but the virus is probably still prevalent in some parts of your community. And when you start to allow travel from the Wuhan province or to other places in China, it could very well flare up again in China. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying it's possible, because that's the danger of containment and camouflage, is because you never know when the enemy's really gone. So that's the hope of summer and the hope of people with self-quarantine. I didn't say people in New York would not self-quarantine. I'm just saying Cuomo is not going to force them to self-quarantine. He's not going to send out the National Guard throughout the 5 boroughs and make it look like a movie out of The Siege with Bruce Willis and Denzel Washington. It doesn't work that way. There's a good reason for that, because bad things would happen in New York when you push them too far. Um, so Cuomo is right about that. Do not shut down New York City, because the people that really want to get out there and walk around are going to be in numbers such where they're less likely to infect other people, even if they're infected. I mean, it's just there's not a lot of people walking around right now, and that goes for not only New York City, that goes for Madrid, it goes for obviously Milan and Rome, and it's going to happen in Philadelphia, and it's going to happen in Boston, it's going to happen in eventually, it's going to happen in Detroit, and people who really want to just get out and walk around the city and have a cigarette, they're going to do it, and they're not going to hurt anybody doing it. The point is like what they're doing in the Bay Area is they're saying, the cops might come up and ask why you're out. If you're not walking a dog with a pooper scooper, in your hand, or, you're not near your house and you don't have a destination that is essential work, they're going to ask you to go home. And if you become disorderly, they may detain you at least long enough to bring you home. And that's what's going on in the Bay Area right now. And thank you all for the birthday wishes. That is 1 hour and 2 minutes away. So appreciate that. Not that old, Teddy. I'm not that old. I will be the big 4-5. I like to say middle age, but the chances of me living to 90 are probably not that great. Cindy says Europe and others have closed borders completely. What is the reason Trump is not? Well, we don't really have rampant cases in the South, so closing the southern border would be more of another sledgehammer to the economy if we did that. And to the north, I think they're the ones closing the border with us because they're worried about it. So essentially, we have answered that question already. And like I said, America, speaking in proximal terms of size and geography, it's just you can't compare it with Europe. It's like state by state travel. San Francisco has attempted, to my knowledge, buy out entire hotels to give shelter to the homeless during this process, but that's not going well, as you can imagine, because they need their various vices and they will not stay put. So that's a predictable problem that's happening out there in San Francisco. And I think something we talked about on this show very early on is that if there was going to be a hot zone breakout very quickly, it was much more likely to be either in the Bay Area or LA, Skid Row, than anywhere near New York, because no matter what you think of New York City or Manhattan itself, I mean, there's just nowhere near the scum and bodily fluid excretion and intravenous drug usage that you see out there. Apologies to my friends out there in California, but localized to the greater LA metro area and the San Francisco Bay Area, it is just a disgusting um, moment of human depravity, which is embarrassing to us all. So, of course, any disease is going to do very well out there. And so I'm not entirely surprised that they're trying to shelter people in place. Realistically, I don't know that they're that concerned about saving the homeless. I think they're more concerned about saving the people that actually contribute to the economy out there, because we've gone into the Tech Valley. We've gone into the Tech Valley area with this disease as of now. Thank you, Michelle. Very nice of you. Yeah, like I said, Scott, it might be cathartic for people to envision a scenario where we shut down the southern border over a disease that we have and not they at this point. But yeah, think about the supply chain disruption that we already have from China and Europe is such that we're, our auto manufacturers are going down in double digit percentiles in the market. So why would we complicate that more by shutting the southern border down? That doesn't make any sense. By the way, shutting down the southern border doesn't stop illegals from coming in at all. They find their ways in, not through ports of entry. So yeah, we need to do a little better than that. As far as Canada and their border, I know some people are answering on it. The point at this point, I just don't care. It's not a very important question. I apologize for dismissing it outright, but the what it's the northern border. It's not as if we're not sharing the same climatic conditions and the same rate of transfer or infection on diseases. It's not as if that's going to be a technical solution. So I really don't care. I hope we don't shut the border. I hope it's not, because shutting down a border in your own continents limits your market availability for supplies, and that's the last thing you should do. What do I think about Trump's response to bringing product making back home? I like it. That'd be great if he gets reelected. Maybe he can even try to start implementing it. But if you don't have the factory and you don't have the workers and you don't have the product in the United States, I don't think that's what they call a pop-up business. So I don't think we'll be taking back all of the pharmaceutical and other drugs and other manufacturing stuff that China has. I don't think we can taking that back unless we make a very long-term effort to do it. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm just swinging over to the Periscope side real quick, and Doc is saying, the Dems will start crying about illegals not receiving stimulus checks. The thing about, and thanks, Todd. The thing about that question is that I like is that what they're doing will be tied to your worker ID number, your Social Security number, or your tax ID number. So if you don't have an account or a place to get a check at your place of employment, you will not be getting any of this money. So there'll not be any of that stuff, Doc. So um, you can't give somebody. I'm not going to be getting a check from the government. Glenn is not going to be getting a check because our LLC has been hurt from this or something. I mean, you have to be out of work. Your employer has to submit the hours that were not. If you're a wage employee or a salary employee, it has to be submitted to the government, and then of course they go through your tax ID number. So there are no illegals that'll be getting any money. Just to be clear, unless they're here legally, and then they're not illegals. If they have a tax ID number, even if they are illegal, they manage to get a tax ID number by lying about it. They already pay taxes, so kind of hard to do. Yeah, direct deposit is clearly what they're thinking of doing, and they can do that obviously because most people link their taxes and their refunds up with their bank accounts through the IRS. Biancali, what do you think about Germany's pay thing? They did according to Tucker. I don't watch Tucker. Um, so I really don't know. Watching Tucker is very bad for my blood pressure, so I abstain from that. Thank you, Laela 8, which is Larissa, correct, Glenn?
Mm-hmm.
If
That's
I'm not
Larissa.
mistaken. Thank you, Larissa. Appreciate the birthday wishes. A lot of birthday wishes coming in through, so I catch names. I throw them out there real quick. If I miss any, I apologize. They're coming in on both sides here. Um, but there's a lot to be settled in the bill that the Senate's going to produce. A lot to be settled. So don't think what you've heard maybe on Tucker tonight or whatever, or about the $8.5 billion bill the House has put over there. Senate will be voting on tomorrow. I wouldn't worry too much about that. The latest bill wins. Um, so whatever we put out in the big bill will have sunset provisions and other things that will change the other bill. Thanks, B. I appreciate that. I do feel okay for being 45. Um, not like I'm going to be running at a marathon, but I could have said I was running in any of these marathons that are getting canceled, and no one could otherwise unfairly criticize me. I should have thought of that at the beginning of this thing. Jerry, thank you. Say what? Thank you. Junior Bloom, thank you. All these happy birthday wishes, Joanne. Really appreciate it. Yes, getting older. Um, so far, it seems to be mainly this notion of one set amount, not tied to your salary or anything like that, that they're looking at getting to the American citizen. It's it depends. I mean, if you owe taxes and they defer it 90 days, which I think is what the Department of Treasury is advocating now, that can be very beneficial to you. That's like a zero interest loan on not paying back your or whatever you owe in taxes. So that's a good thing for people. That can be much more than $1,000 in your pocket for the immediate future. So there's several ways that they can look at this, and I appreciate that, LA. Thank you. I don't think I look fantastic, but hey. Um, and Telly, I appreciate that as well. Hey, and welcome to your next consecutive digit. But yeah, exactly, 4 5. You're 5 6. Okay, well, Fred, take care of yourself. I really, and thank you, Elizabeth. Um, Thank you, Maddie. You guys, I really appreciate everything you do for me and tuning in here with Glenn and I. It's been tough. I've never been at home on St. Patty's night before because that's always when I celebrate my birthday at midnight. So it's been an odd night. It's been an odd week so far, and it's only barely going to be Wednesday soon. So I know it's just kind of surreal for everybody. We're going through it with you, and I believe the more people that are home and consuming more news than they have before are going to be a little surprised by the exposure of Fox News and how they are relating what's going on out there. And you're not going to be entirely thrilled by what you hear. So prepare yourself. I think there's going to be a lot of very aggravated people out there because they're just going to be getting more news than they're used to by being at home if they are sheltered in place. I'm warning you, Fox is not what it used to be. Yeah, the $1,000 is it's kind of like the Yang method, but a one-time shot type of pay your rent, pay your heating bill. But it's also the same thinking on a micro versus macro level of what we did with the banks and the bailouts in 2008 by like forcing them to take billions of dollars and lend it to people. And many of the banks chose not to lend it so that they could pay it back to the government quicker. So in this case, you can't be assured that someone's going to take $1,000 check and pay their electricity bill. I'm not sure how this is going to impact child support payments, things of that nature, medical bills, not related to coronavirus. I mean, this is going to turn into just a web. As a legislative staffer, I can tell you, having worked on something called a stimulus before at the state level, I can tell you it is just every sector will pop up. Every time you think you've closed all the holes, there's always like one more um, thing that pops up, one more subject, one more constituency. And It's going to be a tough thing. They want it done now. Mnuchin's been very clear. The president's been very clear. They don't want it next week. They want it now. And the danger of Congress getting together for $1 trillion in 3 days, is going to basically produce some horrific consequences to somebody. Thank you, Leslie. That was very generous. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. A double whammy for an Irishman is getting a year older at midnight of St. Patty's. So I appreciate that. You don't confuse it with the bailout. But the Bush issue during 2008 was a financial collapse bailout. Stimulus came under Obama. So don't confuse a stimulus with a bailout. Those are two different things. Not going to touch that one. Mother of 3. That's a good one. Surprised you're not mother of 9 with that attitude. Yeah, people in the real estate business are going to hunker down right now because the credit market right now is in flux, and there's a lot of closings that won't occur or be suspended. And I'm telling you, you're not alone. I've heard it locally already. It's a time for everybody to get their bearings, and there are a lot of people who are prepared to settle on houses and found out that due to their credit rating, the interest rate, despite the Feds cutting the interest rates at the level they did, their bank has increased their interest rates on what they were going to settle on the mortgage because of their credit rating. So the banks are getting a little bit pickier about who they're lending and how much to based on their credit scores. At the same time, the government is trying to give them more money to lend out. So it's very different. It's a tough thing to explain. Somebody like me in real estate knows exactly what I'm talking about. Fred, going to town to I would go to the liquor store tomorrow, Fred, except Pennsylvania is one of 2 liquor stores. Liquor systems in the continental U.S. that are owned and governed by the state, and they are closed. But maybe when they open back up, I will buy myself and a round on you. Thank you, Fred. I appreciate it. Don't worry though, my wife's stocked up on everything. Our kitchen looks like a Powerade, water, and alcohol section of a grocery store in any other state. Trust me. We have another one here with Catherine Vigil. Fell out of an escrow today on an all-cash deal. That's crazy. All-cash deals shouldn't. You can't get that done. What the hell's going on? Oregon is not completely state-run. I believe there's something in there that differentiates it because I worked on the legislation to privatize some of the stuff for the liquor, and it was only Utah left and PA totally. Yeah, that's the legislation high turbine I worked on. So, but we still have a state liquor store there, but you can only buy the liquor at the liquor stores that are liquor store union workers that make like $28 an hour. And they're very friendly, right, Glenn? Now that you've been in PA, they earn that $30 an hour paycheck with their friendliness.
I went down to the liquor store a couple days ago. I bought a $9 bottle of vodka and a $12 bottle of whiskey.
Is Obi coming, or what's going on? What's?
Well, the vodka is going to be used to make vanilla extract, and the whiskey is for gargling. Get sick.
There you go. Might make some hand sanitizer there if you have any vodka left over.
Hand sanitizer. You make aloe and alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
But you can also use white vinegar.
The more aloe, the better. By the way, I don't know about you, but I've never been a guy that doesn't wash his hands a lot, or I've always used sanitizer. Not like Shireen and Dave crazy or anything, but lately my hands are getting really dry now. I mean, I'm overdoing it. And even the kids are complaining a little bit because, now my wife is really pissed because they're using her Rodan and Fields lotion to keep their hands from getting dried out with all the washing and stuff like that. But the alternative is not good. So,
Everclear is not legal in Pennsylvania.
it is to purchase. I believe you are limited to 2 bottles monthly, 1 bottle monthly, something like that. Yeah.
Where would I get it? I didn't see it.
You can.
I haven't seen
Your liquor store, your
Everclear.
state liquor store probably doesn't have it. You'd have to order it. Ask them to order it for you,
Yeah,
and
see,
then
that's why the last time I saw Everclear is when I was living down south.
it's everywhere south. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah.
I
New
used to
Orleans.
use it. I
It's
would pour it
bathing.
directly into the gas tank, and it would
Mhm.
clean out my carburetor. It did it actually so well that I wouldn't drink it because I was figuring it literally is like a degreaser for the car. By the way,
Oh, it's
Kathy has sent us a donation
oh, very nice. Thank you.
through the website. Thank you, Kathy. I love seeing those donations from the website because it took me a while to set that up. And the only time I ever hear about it is when people complain that for whatever reason they can't use the form.
Well, at least you're trying to use it.
Yeah.
That is the silver lining. Be careful using alcohol sanitizer on children. Yeah, mine are 6 and 7, and they're the ones at that age. They're absolutely made for. Did you wash your hands? Yeah, whatever. Let me sanitize that. Very young ages, 4 and under, you should watch the application of hand alcohol, and also 4 and under, you should watch the application of certain sunscreens as well, which can get to toxic levels. So always be on the watch out when you have kids 4 and under for that type of stuff. So Maddie, that's a very, very good point. You do not want to have your toddler dripping in this type of um, hand alcohol use to excess. No, but once they get into their 6, 7, 8, you're better off doing it because God knows they can't keep their fingers out of their nose, eyes, or mouth for more than 2 seconds.
See, Natalie says PayPal is easy on my site. See, I think the only people who are having trouble, I suspect, I just don't have the problem when you stop giving a shit to the degree I have. I just don't have the energy to get into every single person. But I suspect the people having trouble with that form have a really old cell phone. And they're trying to do it either a really old cell phone or a browser that they have not updated in like 3 years. That's what I'm thinking. Or they could just be trying to screw with me.
No, I mean, I have it tagged on my. I've had it tagged in my profile, and when it changed over, and when you made your changes and everything, it's been there for a while. When I clicked on it the first time, it didn't go. I had to retype it in, and I don't know if that's a Twitter thing or whatever, but I just retyped the address in, and ever since then, it works on my Twitter profile. So yeah, I mean, sometimes the browsers cause problems. Sometimes older phones, and sometimes if you're on a PC with an older operating system, you might have issues. But
Well, what I did,
certain,
just to not have to deal with this, because as I said, I'm descending rapidly into not giving a crap. But I'm trying to. I'm like a lot of people. I'm trying to front load all of these things so that I don't have to be bothered with it. So what I've done is at the top of this form, which is located at magacoalition.com/donate. I've put an actual link saying if you have a problem with the form, click here, and it'll bring you directly to our PayPal.me forward
hmm,
slash MAGA Coalition. So you got a choice. You can use the form, which is either credit card or PayPal with the form. And if you don't like the form, you can go directly to the PayPal thing. So I think even if you have a really old browser, whatever it is, you should have a way to do it. If not, DM me at New York City Guns, and I will definitely look into it. We'll definitely look into it for you. Smooch Panda, if
I
you're not too drunk after this broadcast is over, if you could call me, it won't take more than 5 minutes, but I need your help with something. Thank you very much.
I'm just, my mind is racing with the possibilities of you inquiring of assistance, um, of Smooch. So
Expecting
yeah, we have
parents
to
to
put a
homeschool. There's
Smooch
no
signal.
business doing so will be a disaster. Yeah, well, homeschooling is like one of those things that there's a state curriculum you've got to follow.
Yeah, depending on the state. Hey, thanks, man. You know what? I haven't seen RB in a while. Rob,
Yes, RB Styles and I have been talking quite a bit through
good,
Twitter
good.
DM.
I see he gave you excellent hair advice, and I
I
wanted
wish
to
I
let you
had
know that.
hair. I would actually, out of support, I would go and pay RB Styles to cut my hair.
Is he not one of the nicest fucking guys you've ever met? I
He
mean, just so
is.
you know, you can tell a lot about people when you walk in a room, and we talk about this a lot. Most of the time, we're talking about how we identify assholes immediately. But yeah, RB Styles is his name is Rob, and he cuts hair out there on the left side of the world, and I can't afford it, but I'm sure he does a hell of a job. And he should do those periscopes that he used to do. Remember that
Mm-hmm.
he'd be cutting somebody's
Cutting
hair, and he just
someone's
starts
hair,
periscope. You know,
or
we
going
like
to,
that.
he would go to
Being
the
Cali's another
grocery
Californian
store or get
who's not afraid to
gas. He
start
would get
periscope.
gas and do the periscope.
Yep, yep. Yeah, definitely, Maddie. I agree. I mean, I don't use terms like sweetheart, but obviously, definitely one of our personal favorites. Really a good guy. Walmart latex glove. Why is High Turbine? It did not surprise me that he knows where you can get latex
Yeah,
gloves.
see, Home by the Sea Bay, we were trying to figure out why she wasn't able to use the form. And I suspect that it has something to do with the age of her phone and or the not updating the browser. But guess what? I put up that link to go directly to PayPal, and boom, problem solved.
I'm gonna get a cube. I'll be right back.
So that's the thing, Home by the Sea Bay. There's more than one way to get where we had to go. Now we're there. Walmart is pretty weird. I did my last Walmart run a couple days ago, and we just bought enough for a couple weeks. Wasn't a lot of stuff. Our situation out here is pretty we're pretty squared away. Really not much really need. What did we end up getting? No, I can't even remember now. I think we were just looking around to see if there was anything that I think my wife bought canned pumpkin, technically squash, I think is. Yeah, Obi called me. Obi called me. Oh, you did? Okay, so we'll tell the story when Adam is plugged in. So Obi called me
Yep.
yesterday,
Okay.
and he was like, "Oh yeah, so I'm sitting here, got my shotgun,
Hmm.
but I got like 20 shells. Where can I get some ammunition?" And I'm thinking, what? So I, I looked around at some of my usual places I buy ammunition, and they're all freaking out. It's the same
Yeah.
everywhere. Everyone has lost their minds. Except in the ammo world, they're not like losing their minds or hyperventilating. They're just so inundated with panicking buyers that many of them have shut down their websites because they can't handle throughput anymore.
All shells.
Hmm?
You're talking slugs. You're talking
I'm just talking ammo
bird
in
shot.
general. In general, so I looked around
Okay.
in some places for him, and yeah, you can see the panic buying is taking its toll on pricing. I mean, usually I'd be able to get like 100 rounds of decent cop slug or double aught or triple aught buckshot,
Hmm.
but law enforcement stuff. You'd pay like maybe 80, 90, possibly $100 for 100 rounds, a buck a round. Now you're getting for the cops stuff, you're getting around $2. It's doubled. Not everywhere, but the places that it hasn't doubled, they don't have. But
Yeah.
I found a place for Obi with a couple good deals. He got the 250. So 250 rounds. I think they wanted 100. How much was that crap, Obi? Wasn't it like $200 or $220 for 279? It was a good deal. It was 250 rounds for like 265 with
Well,
the $20
with
shipping.
shipping. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shipping.
So
Yeah.
it took me a while. It took me about 10 minutes to find this place, but now he's all set, man. He's got just under 300 rounds of
Well,
12 gauge.
that's the thing. I mean, with shotguns, most men, if they're not actively hunting, um, small game or such other thing, when they want rounds like that, slugs or double out type of thing, they're not going to the range with it. So you have a longer stockpile period where you're protect. It's generally a protection, self protection, home protection type of unit, and this type of culture right now, I think shotguns are probably the hottest selling damn thing going around. Not just because certain stores only outfit themselves with shotguns anymore because of the restrictions from the other shootings that they've imposed on themselves, but I think everybody should own a shotgun. I think if you're looking for that insurance policy, because you know what, no one ever saw this coming. I mean, this is a black swan event, but we don't know how big this black swan is. We don't know how black it is. um, but we've all seen the movies. We've all and movies have always been pulled from the script of some real life somewhere, mostly in real time. And so shotguns make a lot of sense. And I think that has a lot to do with the ammo purchase buy ups. I think they're actually buying a lot of these weapons. I think shotguns are the ones. I don't think we'll get in any trouble with Turbine putting a ammo link into the chat, but okay, we'll find out one way or another.
Ammo Seek um, is an aggregator. I'm not even sure if I want to. The website I go to buy ammo
Yeah,
is.
keep it to yourself
I'm
because
just wondering, do I
it
want
could
to
be
actually
a
tell people? If I tell the
yeah.
world on YouTube, then everyone will start going. It's where. Anyway, if you have a real need for ammunition, keep in mind this website has shut down for another 6 or 7 days because they got so melted down with the orders, they just can't keep up with it.
Mhm.
So they have the best problem to have when you're a business is that there's just too many people wanting to buy from, and their website is shitty. Coming from a guy who built thousands of websites, e-commerce sites, and
Yeah.
they have a shitty website, but I don't care. I could care less how shitty their website is. They consistently have the best ammo that you can find online, and here in
Yeah.
PA, it means they ship right to my door. So for about $300 or $400, you can get thousands and thousands of rounds.
And that's what I mean, I don't. I have a 9mm, and I keep about 5,000 rounds, but you can't keep it forever. So
You can keep them
you
forever.
can, but it's not a wise thing to do. So you got to refresh
I have
your
seriously yet to see ammunition that has gone bad, and I've
yeah.
tried. Years ago
Well,
we used to do these things. I've gotten World War II
I'm not
ammo.
talking Hydroshock here. I'm talking there's some Eagle, uh, you know,
Those are
you
fine.
know, one of Libra.
I've got some American Eagle, Federal's American Eagle brand,
Yeah,
which
I got
is
Federals too.
universally regarded as garbage. Um, Dirt ammo is what it is
Hmm.
fantastic, man. It'll last for 100 years as long as it's not in the
Yeah,
sun. As long as you store it in
they're
the manufacturer's box and it's not subject to sunlight or moisture or something like that,
yeah,
it'll last
absolutely.
forever,
Yep.
man. Now,
Well, you hope so.
carry ammo
You
is
hope so
different,
because I
though.
don't.
Look, I got
Yeah.
thousands and thousands of rounds of handgun ammo, but the ammo I carry, every year I buy new boxes. Every couple of months, I'll shoot what I carry with me just to check to function check my carry gun, and I'll clean the gun perfectly. Like I actually spend time cleaning
Yeah.
that fucker. My other guns, it's more like the old in out, clean enough. But for your carry
Well, you
gun,
you have enough guns that you can actually do a fair comparison sometimes.
yeah,
If you have a two guns from the same maker, different caliber or whatever,
right,
you can clean one fastidiously like a cat and allow other one to go through 8,000, 9,000 rounds without cleaning and see what the effectiveness rate is. And I think that's really cool because as somebody who trains people on weapons, um, you probably want that knowledge just in case, because you're never going to tell a student or somebody, don't clean your gun, don't worry about cleaning this gun.
right.
But it is helpful to know what particular weapon can go longer periods without.
Well, I mean, some of the cop ranges in New York City, they'll keep a couple Glocks around and they'll just never clean them, and they
Mhm.
try to see at what point do they stop working.
That's exactly what I saw back in the day. It was a little Anvil Township in Lebanon County, and they had one of the original 17, and they never ever cleaned it,
Yeah,
and every single one of them would go to the range to qualify or whatever they were
right.
doing, and they would come back and just hang it back up or put it back
The
in,
only
and they
thing
never
that needs to
never had a problem.
be is some of the springs need to be swapped out from time to time. But again, unless these guns are subjected to moisture or dropped in a puddle or something like that, I mean, rumor has it the lore of what they call the fun house, which is a very interactive law enforcement only indoor shooting range that NYPD operates. I've been told they've got a Glock 17 that has over 800,000 rounds to it and it's never been cleaned.
I I would believe it. Not only would I believe it, but yeah, I think it might even go through another 2 or 4 thousand before you see a problem.
Yeah, the reason you want to clean your gun regularly is a lot of these guns do end up being subjected to some kind of moisture, temperature, especially if
Yeah.
you're a cop and you have an open carry holster, a drop holster. It's
Sure.
raining. Sometimes it's raining. More likely you've spilled beer or coffee on yourself. This is the reality of carrying. um, you sweat, you know. So many times during the
Well,
summer, I'll take the gun off my body, and one side of it will be, slick with moisture because it's like
yeah.
95
Well, not.
degrees
I
outside.
mean, only detectives really carry weapons like you do. I mean, that's not a real street carry position, but the way you carry, I can kind of see that exposure, especially because you spend a long time
It's
outdoors
worse,
in the
actually, it's
summer.
worse when I used to wear it in my belt at 4 or 5 o'clock in the summer because then what
What
ends up
tracking
happening is the
position?
sweat from your armpits when you're wearing a light shirt in the summer will go down the
Mm.
sides of your body and start just running over the gun. Believe
Yeah,
it or
well,
not,
that's
where
hard
the
to
gun
do.
is now is
It's
right
hard to do with
here.
the polyester blends that these fuckers are forced to wear all the time.
Well, and a lot of
Um,
the cops now, because of the murder of police officers by crazed psychopaths, are
mhm.
wearing their ballistic body armor all year round.
In New York, I have to think you would do that. Um, and knowing that they're looking for a headshot all the time anyway, but still protecting yourself every which way you possibly can.
Yeah.
And earlier, people had questions about how long other ammo can last, and I'm not an expert by any means. Scott, SE 45, and Glenn, they're the experts on this stuff. But when you have what we call dirt ammo, is the stuff that you collect from CERT officers that are training, or cops that are family.
Oh yeah.
That unused ammo after qualifications are done, and they can sometimes pass them out. I collect those
Those
things.
are
That's
good.
how I
I
build up
at
ammo.
NYPD, when they're doing certification, is not giving dirt ammo. They're giving either they're giving like Spear Gold Dot, which is fucking
Mhm.
nice ammo. And more recently, they've been doing the Winchester. They're actually handing out the bonded 124 grain 9 millimeter. It's
Yeah, you got to be at Pennsylvania
tight.
State Police is the only one that does that type of shit. I mean,
Oh, you're local? Yeah,
you
no,
know,
no, dude. I
the
know.
locals ain't getting that.
Oh hell no, no.
Uh,
It's actually crazy. Local law enforcement in Pennsylvania. I mean, I thought NYPD were disrespected by the city, by the politicians, but they're like living high on the hog compared to local Pennsylvania Leos. I mean, these guys. I'll give you an example. The chief of police of a local area here. I'm not going to mention it.
mhm.
Half the week is working as the manager of my gun store when I go to buy shit. He's a great
He's
guy,
union. He's
but
union. He's outside the CBA. He can do that shit.
yeah,
By the
yeah. And
way,
what's funny
that's why
is
being a chief's pretty cool. But everything else kind of sucks unless you're 25-year sergeant with a good CBA every year, and your municipality's making a tax
you
revenue.
know who's
But you're
doing
right. There's
great.
some parts of the state where there's
State
just
police
it's.
guys seem to be doing pretty good, and sheriffs seem to be well situated money wise.
You know what? I mean, for what they do in Pennsylvania, which is basically prison transport
Yep.
and not even
And
high
don't
level
forget
warrant
the
support.
auctioning off your shit when you can't pay things.
Yeah, that's basically it. I mean, as far as like weapon engagement, we don't. I mean, when we do high, and Scott knows this stuff, and we have teams that work together for high risk warrant service, and that team can be some U.S. Marshal Service working with some state police, and maybe the municipality that you're in. You're probably in a city if it's that big of a deal, and sheriffs are basically prison transport, and they do need to be proficient with the shotgun. And there's a reason for that, because if you do get something loose, they want to hit it. They want to hit it 25, 30 yards out and spray as far as they can to get their guy down. But they have no power of arrest. There's not like other states. I want everybody under here listening here to understand the sheriffs don't have the level of training that police officers do. They even to the level of municipal 120. They are not bumbling fools by any means. Some constables are very dangerous. I can tell you in Pennsylvania with the current laws, they are always forcing the limit. They always want more responsibility, and constables can be very dangerous people because they are not trained. All they need is a background check and a concealed weapons permit, and they can just basically fill out a form and start serving some of these warrants from district magistrates all over the state. And it's very dangerous because they're the ones that tend to get cops in trouble. You get guys that don't want to come out of their house. You get hostage situations. Most of the time, when we have real bad situations, constables start the problem in a warrant situation because they're not prepared for a guy that they think is a simple warrant arrest for a simple, maybe a simple assault. And he's ducking a DJ for a while. And then you realize that this guy actually has a couple of kilos of drugs in his home, and he takes somebody hostage. And that's when the state police come in. And that's what put people's lives at risk. I'm not a huge fan of constables and constable expansion of rights here in Pennsylvania. I'm not a huge fan of expanding the rights of sheriffs to stop anybody in the commission of a crime, especially for vehicular infractions. We don't want sheriffs stopping. So I see in Pennsylvania, you probably noticed, Glenn, being here in Pennsylvania as long as you have, you're driving down the highway. If they see somebody in a sheriff's car going the other way, they slow down like they're going to get maybe pulled over for speeding. But the sheriff, they can't pull you over for speeding. You can start doing U-turns on the interstate, and the sheriff, all they can do is radio into the state police to come and get you. And I'm just fine with that because the state police has always been at the top tier here. Between New York and Pennsylvania, we have the two proudest state police academies and forces in the country. And that's why we don't allow local officers here to administer LIDAR or radar.
Right.
They must use old style VASCAR for speed traps and a whole host of other things. We limit them because we have 5,000 municipalities. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's so balkanized. We trust the state police to be the efficient force that they are. And I hope Scott's still on here so he knows I'm kissing his ass right now. But I do have two retired uncles from the state police. And of course, my grandfather was a legend from the academy. So I'm a big fan, and I did practice that when I was a legislative policy analyst in the transportation committee, because the motor vehicle code Title 75 is such a big part of what they do. It's not just Title 18 or 42, as Scott can tell you. They have to know inside and out Title 75. So I always wanted to keep the state police as an elite force, funded at an elite level. And as Scott would probably be able to tell you, we fund it through our gas tax, and it's barely even legal. But 75% of the state police funding is dead set, sure funded every year because of our gas tax. And I'm okay with that because the Pennsylvania State Police with the New York State Police, and some might say the Massachusetts State Police are the original and the high guard to the law. And frankly, out in your neck of the woods, if you see a statey, they came probably about 30 minutes out of their way, and they're going to be pissed off for whatever reason they were called out to deal with that situation. And that happens all over the state of Pennsylvania because there's so many sparsely populated areas that have no municipal coverage at all. And regional departments are still relatively scarce outside of the central part around, outside of Penn State. So it's just the way it is in PA.
Yeah. There are no cops where I'm at. None. There are no cops. The only time, if you want to see a cop, we have a state police who's a neighbor. That's the only time you'll see it.
Yeah. Yeah. So if you don't have a state policeman as a neighbor and somebody called the police on your lane for some complaint, there better be something left. There better be like entrails or like bloody footprints or some act of crime that requires a state policeman to come out of whatever area he was taking a nap in up in your neck of the woods.
They have a
Because
different. Yeah, I mean
agitated.
the mood of the police, the state police out here, is much different from most other law enforcement I've lived around. I mean, It's understood if someone comes on your property and tries to kill you or your family, it's
Mhm.
understood you're going to kill them. It's not like a big deal. Like when I moved in, the state police guy came by and said hi, and he told me, he said, "Listen, you get all kinds of meth heads and drug addicts, and you might have to put some." He actually said you might have to put a few down, but you could do us the favor by dragging their body. And he was pointing at my outbuildings. Just pick an outbuilding,
Yeah,
just drag
yeah.
him in there. And I was like, yeah, I laughed. I said, but wait a second, isn't that
The
going to?
forensics will probably give that away,
But
but
that's what I said. I said, isn't this going to interfere with the investigation? And he started laughing. He says, "What do you think this is? NCIS?" He goes, he goes, "No, we don't want the animals to eat the body because it may take us a couple days to come here." I was like,
but that actually, in your case, could actually happen. By the way, I mean, even a
"Yeah,
2-hour time period
oh
in
yeah,
that area, you could
oh yeah,
it could
man."
pull a bear out of the
I've
hills or
seen
something like that.
I've seen bears and their cubs wandering around my property, like
Yeah,
out looking out one of my windows. I see the little bear family one. So, and there's coyotes up the ass up here.
mhm.
By the way, I discovered.
Oh, you can get $25. So we still have an active pelt recovery
Yeah, that's what we
program
say. It's
in
called no
Pennsylvania.
bag limit, right? On that
Yeah, I
stuff.
mean, you get $25 from the game commission for shooting a coyote. I don't. We had it. I don't know if we sunsetted that. I don't know if Scott remembers, but I recall that we were still giving 25 out for getting coyotes, which
Oh
are a
man,
major problem. They
we
drift
could do
down.
a
They drift down this far south.
yeah, we could do it, man. I found out where the coyotes. There's this weird. If you walk all the way to the back of the property and through like this thick forest area, there's this. It's like a Martian landscape looking place. It's where the coyotes eat all of their kills, and it's like this. It looks like a lunar surface or like something out of a science fiction movie because it's just wall to wall animal bones and
Yeah.
holes. And so if it's $25 a pelt, man, I'm just gonna go over there with my Russian semi-automatic shotgun,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna be making like $700 a day. A day. Maybe I'll do some shots of that $9 vodka. It's gonna be like a
Yeah. You go out half lit coyote hunting and you come home rich. You know,
yeah. And maybe I'll make videos of it. We'll put it up on Live Leak with all of the other snuff
of
pieces.
course.
Wouldn't want to put that on the
Yeah,
YouTube.
I would say for the people that have not seen a a coyote in our neck of the woods, you probably would think you're looking at a very ill husky with mange or something that
Yeah,
hasn't eaten in like 6 weeks. They
yeah.
are
They're
just
gross, man.
disgusting,
They're gross.
disgusting creatures, and they're crawling with filth. And when you do kill them, you definitely want to keep your distance from them. And they wreak havoc. They wreak havoc on all types of things, but they're not wolves. They will not take you down. If they act aggressive, then chances are they might be rabid. But either way, take the coyote down in Pennsylvania, however way you can, because you will not be punished for that.
I don't think we have mountain lions and bobcats in this area. I might be wrong about that. I know
um,
there's a colony of coyotes here. I'm talking about my property. I'm not talking
yeah,
about this. We've got a colony of them.
your area is not. Um, You know what? The problem with our bobcat population numbers, when I worked for DCNR, we had a hell of a time ever confirming anything. They're almost like ghost.
Yeah.
So you work by tracks, and then you're trying to figure out whether and most they're protected, so you can't do anything to them. And the fact is, they're dangerous. Mountain lion are much less likely on this side of the state. Bobcats you might see them in print, but you won't see them in person.
Uh-huh.
They are nocturnal. and they're not going to kill anything like most likely not like out west where they'll kill dogs, children, and things like that. We haven't had that problem here in Pennsylvania, but yeah, we don't call them the Nittany lions for nothing. We've had mountain lions in Pennsylvania since the Indians were in charge, and bobcats as well. And you know what? If you have a bobcat, you just bring your own personal cat or dog in the house at night, because if you see bobcat tracks, that's what they're after. They're not going to take out a human. Yeah,
Out here, I
Union
don't
County is.
think they're going to be a necessity. There's so many animals that they would enjoy feasting on in plenty.
Mm.
There's there's a multitude of small animals to mid-sized animals that these kind of larger predators, they don't need the local cats or the dogs. We've got
No, I would say a bobcat and mountain lions are probably two of the rarest sites that you'll see in Pennsylvania. I mean, you're much more likely to see a bear. Of course, they're black bear. That could be between 600 pounds and most likely 200, or even 175, depending on how old they are. Um, Obviously, it's getting more frequent in our area down south to see turkey and deer. A lot of the game animals have come out of the areas where the hunting cabins are in the north, and now you find them down here in this part of Pennsylvania, and it sucks. You really don't want them around. But no, a bobcat. If you get it, and I'm sure Scott probably has game cams set up, trail cams. If you get a good photo of a bobcat at night, your local news will probably run with it. I mean, it's a really peculiar thing to catch in real time, and a really cool looking animal. By the way, if you get a clean photo of a bobcat, or in some cases
yeah, we don't have
a
that. We've got a bunch of scummy coyotes. My run-in with the coyotes in the summer, sometimes we'll have guests in the bar area with the screen door,
Mhm.
and suddenly you'll smell like this awful smell, and it's just the coyote walking by right up on our deck, walk right by the door. They smell terrible.
Kick the light on. You saw it, or
No,
you
no,
just had
because
a.
I can see. My eyesight is one of the few things that actually I could see it right beyond the screen door. And as soon as I walked toward it, it fled. And in the wintertime, when we had like about a foot and a half of snow on the ground, I had to take the garbage cans out or whatever.
Mhm.
And I'm there all by myself in the dark. And I feel like I'm being watched. And I drew down on what I thought was going to be like a bear or something, which is crazy because
Mhm.
you're going to die that way with a 9 millimeter. But it was a coyote just looking at me. I remember I had I had its head in my sights, and I just said to it, "Hey man, what's up?" And he looked at me, and then very slowly turned around and walked away. Like, yeah, fuck you.
Mhm.
He didn't care. They don't care. They're funny little creatures, but when I found their little Martian place with all the bones, it makes me think that this colony, it might be 50 or 100 of these.
Jeez. In that case, they'll make their presence known more frequently as you know it grows, and you got to put them down. You just have to put them down. You can't get them acting. They don't have traditional pack mentality like a wolf would
Mm-hmm.
in Alaska. But if you get enough of them together, they get aggressive, and they want the lead one will try to take a target piece of trash or whatever off of somebody dragging their. So you just got to put them down before it ever gets to that. And they're just not good or smart, intelligent animals or worth anything to our diversity. Really, they don't really do anything for us, and you put them down, you kill them. If you see a raccoon in the middle of the day and it comes up to you in Pennsylvania, shoot the
Run.
fucking
Yeah, you
thing.
got to run because
There are certain things you learn that just you're not supposed to see during the day, and when you see odd behavior, and that means a couple of coyotes hanging out together at any point of the day or night, shoot them, kill them, and you will
listen,
not
if
be
Scott
penalized
wants
by
to
the game.
come out here, we can go and at night. I'd like to do this at night. Let's
Well,
go
you could
on
put
a
a GoPro with the light on, and we could all go with you. Really, we could actually live stream it. It would be pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, I have somewhere I have somewhere a thermal scope, not an expensive one. It's like two,
Mhm.
$300. I would sometimes use it off the gun, of course, as a kind of monocular. And what's scary living out here is you put it to your face and just kind of look out, and you realize how the forest is teeming with life that is throwing heat off. But I'm thinking with something like that, we could locate where these coyotes are. I hear them. They're about a couple miles away. It take probably half an hour or 40 minutes to get to their little area. They don't like coming around this area. I suspect because they get shot up here with all the people.
Mm.
That's what happens. But I'd
The
like to.
thing is, where you're at is without giving it away completely for anybody who does care to come up there and cause you harm. But where you're at, there's a direct travel where no one's going to see them north for or north west for a little bit. They could go up and down. The that corridor of mountain range and be fine. It's just when they get a little too close to some of these areas, and they do. They're like anything else. When there's more of them, they they want the garbage. They want human food. Once they get the scent for that, once they learn to like that, um, that's why we always tracked them because in the state park system, we wanted to know when they were around
Yeah,
because
sure.
they're bad for tourism, man. I mean, coyotes are bad for tourism. Like that's how we convinced the game commission to just back off. They were backing off the paid pelt thing, and we just want them shot. We want them killed because we can't do it on. We could, but we didn't want to have people out hunting inside state park areas. State forest is different. State parks a little bit different. Now you have game lands not too far down the road from you, so somebody can go in there and hunt and shoot whatever. They could probably get a couple coyotes in one day down the road from you, between you and Carbondale area. So
Summer. The summer is a fantastic time to see the coyotes. The winter, I don't know what they're probably holed up somewhere in some lair. Um, but the summer, that's when they do their full moon, full moon madness. The coyotes, you can hear them howling at the moon.
yeah, Smooch is. I want to kill a few. I want that pelt. No, you don't. I have never seen a coyote pelt in New York, Pennsylvania, or Maryland, or West Virginia worth saving. That is all disgusting. Don't have this vision of of a wolf in your head when you're talking about the coyotes. Thank you, Shireen. It is officially. Whoa, she nailed. Of course, she has to like come in right on the midnight. She waited on it. You got me right when I turned 45. Thank you very much. I am now 45 years old. Actually, wasn't born until 10 a.m. But let's just call it. I'm 45. Calendar's flipped, and tomorrow, my youngest officially turned 6. So, and we're going to celebrate as a quarantine family, unable to see their grandparents who are not happy about this mandate that I put into place. Because if it was up to them, they wouldn't care about it and they would let them crawl all over the place. But no, that's not going to happen. So I will. I'll be living my first quarantine. And I told my daughter, who's only 6, I told her, I said, "Listen, it's really hard when you're only 5 turning 6 years old to understand what's going on right now. You start to put things in perspective when you don't understand this stuff. But I just did tell her and her sister that they will remember this time for the rest of their lives. Um, it's just something that's happening now, a period in our country that we don't know is going to be really awful or just a little bad. But the point is, what we're doing to avoid the circumstances of risking it is remarkable. We are in historical times by virtue of what we're doing to guard against what could possibly happen. So, is it 9/11? No. Is it Pearl Harbor? No. But are more people going to die from this than both those events combined by three? Yes, but that's a different set of circumstances. But we are trying to avoid it, and I think it hurts that she can't have a birthday party with her friends, like all her friends at school get to do. It hurts that she's not even at school, and doesn't get to bring in the special snack and share with all of it. It hurts her in her little world right now, but she's gonna remember this. And I mean, I'm just trying to explain it in a way that her mind can absorb it. Is it like this is a very unique time? It's not great time, but you're gonna remember this. And I don't remember anything about my sixth birthday. I don't know about you, but not a particularly milestone birthday in any of our lives that we were like, oh, I remember when I turned six. She's gonna remember when she turns six tomorrow, or I'm sorry, Thursday, because the world stopped, or at least her world stopped, and has been stopped for a couple days. So it's an interesting time. Um, so yeah, High Turbines. He's got another hour left for me. I appreciate those that are out of the Eastern time zone, saving me from adding a year onto my life and liver. And I do want to point out one thing that Scott just said on Periscope, that he won't hunt fox anymore, and I agree with that. I mean, fox are completely different than any other type of predator that we have, because they are actually very efficient at killing off the things that we want killed off. So I mean, I would never. Grip on my iPhone sucks. I would never kill a fox because of what they do and how good they are. Matter of fact, they're just too goddamn graceful to kill anyway. A deer, give me a break. Dumbest animals alive. Dumbest animals alive, as you can probably attest to up there, with an orchard off, a little bit off your property, and a good source of water. You probably see enough stupid deer behavior to last a normal human a lifetime. But when they get down into our area, they are just, some people think that they're regal and beautiful animals, and really what they are just the dumbest damn things on four legs that you're ever going to see.
Yeah.
And the best thing you can
They're
do
like
is,
hillbilly pigeons,
yeah,
In New York City, the pigeons are all the tourists and out of towners. Oh, they're so cute, but they're basically rats. They're filthy, degenerate, scummy. I hate them. Anyone who is actually from New York City hates pigeons. I hate fucking pigeons. I had this game when I was growing up. Sneak up behind the pigeon and kick it like a soccer ball and see how far you could get it. And I'm proud to say I used to always win. I hate pigeons.
good,
Hate the
good.
goddamn pigeons. Deer, as soon as I came out here and there's so many deer all year round, immediately I knew, this is a pigeon.
Yeah.
I could tell it was what is it, like a parasite? Not a parasite. What's the word?
Well, that's pretty close.
Yeah, no,
But
like the cat. The cat can tell vermin. Thank you. That's what it is, Scott. The cat knows like noble creatures versus verminous creatures, right?
yeah,
Like when an eagle, there was a dying eagle we found in New York City. It must have like blown into a window or something, and our
damn,
cat stood over the eagle guarding it. Right? But if you put this cat near any verminous type creature, it's death time. You know. So they're like programmed. These animals are programmed to know there's like the two sections of the world, the filthy, disgusting world and the noble
Yeah.
world. And I'm the same way. That's exactly how I view the world. A few noble creatures and lots of scum that need to be that great from the Taxi Driver. He's talking about the hard rain gonna wash the scum off the streets or something like that. That's
Mhm.
one of the only good parts of that movie, actually.
Nate, yeah, I mean, if you're lucky, you can catch nature giving lessons that can transcend into human lessons quite easy.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for me, one of the earliest ones is we have a big old red tail that governs, and he's still back there, governs our circular communal background behind my end unit and the townhomes all around behind me. And when the girls were young, a the the hawk came. I told the story many years ago, but the hawk came right into our small brush behind my grill, and I thought, "Wow, girls, come here! Look, this is crazy. What the hell is going on here?" And they're very young. Obviously, Claire barely walking, so she's like 2. Addie's maybe 4. And so I have the window open, and we're looking at it, like, look at this hawk. And I mean, when you see a full male red tail hawk like 4 feet away, it's pretty impressive. But the reason he was anywhere near us and basically looking right at the window, going, schmucks, get away, is because he had one of these, stupid dove looking asshole birds that ran into a window
Hmm.
over here on the other side that I didn't know about. And it was dazed and walking around outside of my purview, and I couldn't see it. And of course, right when it walks in front of the sliding door, and the girls are right in front of it, looking from the outside at this bird, the hawk just came down and, I mean, destroyed this thing. I don't even know what happened. I mean, it was like it was like somebody shoved an M80 up this damn thing.
Damn.
It was nothing but feathers, and it was gone. So the hawk came down and just literally comes down, pins it, pulls it apart on the way up. And so the feathers and one wing is all that there's left in a millisecond. Basically horrifying my 2 young children who learned a very valuable lesson. But it is something when you get that type of view of what the animal world is. I mean, I think it's just really cool to see. But in New York, as much as you hate pigeons, me being a Stone Harbor Avalon guy, I hate seagulls. I mean, and you're not allowed to touch them.
They're dirty.
Not allowed to touch them. And I'm telling you, that stuff can ruin a day at the beach. I mean, a kid is just trying to have a Cheeto somewhere, and these MFers are just dive bombing out of the sky. And then you always get some dumb kid from, probably throw out the name of some swamp water, jerk water, Jersey town, throwing potato chips in the sand. And all of a sudden you got like 12, seagulls coming in. Seagulls absolutely worthless. Don't understand why they're protected. I don't understand why Canadian geese are protected, to be honest with you. Avian assholes.
George also used the donation form on the website, and it worked. It
Thanks,
worked.
George.
Yay.
Yeah, he's the man. It's George. Where the hell is it? Well, I took it off the table. So, oh no, hey, it's right here. I have my iPad, but I always talk about George with this stuff. But we did 3 games tonight of Chicken Little. because you got when you're trapped in your house. And we did one game of Mexican Train because it takes a little twist in the rules. That was sent to me by George. I got the rum and cube over there. We played yesterday, and I got a special birthday gift that's right up here from George. That looks like a weapon that could get me arrested at an airport, which is actually going to kill insects for me in the summer. It's loaded with salt. Fire it from across the room. Take out mosquitoes, stink bugs, and flies. And has a nice big broad adults only on there so I could show the girls. They won't be shooting that, but as always, like I said, George, California, home to some of our best friends, and George is one of them, and of course Jen and Brian, uh, stuck out in California. George is already in for it. He's retired. He's got the family out there. Jen and Brian, make a run for it. Make a run for the hills. Get out. Get out. Come join us over here. Assault rifle. Look at the humor on Scott over here on the Periscope side. And they say cops don't have a sense of humor. Assault rifle. Beautiful. Beautiful.
I have one of those, the bug assault.
Yep.
I got it when it was I guess it was a crowdfunding idea. I sent them like $40. I never thought I'd get one. And it works. You could actually, I hunted, we had a fly problem in Manhattan for summer. Thing works.
How the hell do
Loaded.
you have one up there that high up? I mean, what the hell? You have air conditioners. What the hell happened?
No, we can leave the windows open.
Hmm.
I don't know what it was. Maybe the
You wanted to let that natural
got
Manhattan clean
to
air into the apartment?
maybe
Oh,
we left town and we forgot to see the garbage. Something happened in the flies. So I pulled that thing out and went hunting, and it took about an hour, but I killed every
you
single
got them all. That's awesome.
the bug assault.
Thank you, Rob. CRM 114. I'll tell you what my favorite day is at my cabin down. It's in the mountain, but it's actually south, but it stays cooler down where it is. And after the winter's over and it starts to warm up a little bit, the flies just you don't even know where they are. I mean, it's incredible, but they just come up out of nowhere and start to like bumble towards every window inside the cabin, and you just walk around, just killing like 200 flies, and then that's it. You don't have a problem after that. But it's just amazing of how flies can continue to reproduce and then go dormant and just come alive with like the first 65-degree day. I hate them, and I noticed last year wasn't a bad year. I don't know for you up there, and I'm kind of hoping this year's going to be different, but I mean the same. But I think it's going to be different. The warmer temperatures we've had. I think your biggest snowfall was what, 4 inches,
Where?
5 inches up there, up at the farm. I mean, we
No,
had
no,
maybe
we got like 3, 4 feet. Couple.
yeah 3. Oh, we got 3 inches here, and I don't think we went below
You
freezing
mean this
consecutive
year
nights.
or ever?
You know,
I mean,
this winter right
oh
here.
no, this winter I
I'm
think the
saying,
worst we did was maybe 4 inches.
yeah, and the overall temperatures have been higher too, which means insects that are kind of going dormant or trying to hibernate are much more likely to come alive in greater numbers because of that. But that's good because I'd rather have insects than coronavirus. So the warmer it gets, the quicker it gets warmer, better off it is, the less the virus can live on surfaces. So that's good. I see the production values of Biden's town hall meetings suddenly got better. Silog says, did he have a town? A virtual town hall thing. Yeah, okay. Yeah, the last one, the first one that Biden tried, I think. Did you see clips of that? Which is like an absolute disaster. He's supposed to have guests coming in. it was. I thought Smooch was running the production for him because the guests would pop in and pop out, and he would have no idea. And then at one point, he was talking into the phone and walking
Oh,
off
that
the
was
camera.
awesome. I love that.
Yeah, it was. I thought Smooch was producing the whole thing. So.
That's like a something you see at every old folks' home. Visitors
Mhm.
Day. People just wandering around, don't know who they are, where they are.
Yeah, except right now where we limited visitors. So good. All those people will live longer. Um, yeah, Biden has a habit of getting very, very angry. When we discussed this many times, just a pure frontal assault sign of dementia, senility, or something worse. Is it here? One of the things off the table when you put Biden up against Trump is, oh, you said this when you really meant that, or Trump misspeaking or something, or mispronouncing, or whatever the fuck it is. That's off the table with Biden, and Biden can't even take a shot at Trump's hair because holy shit, this is like your typical ridiculous. Now that Strom Thurmond's been dead for a couple years, I mean, this is the worst plug job ever. And he's not going to be able to say anything about that. And then, of course, he's had a facelift. Of course, he has all the porcelain in his mouth. He's not going to be able to really attack the president on any of that stuff. So, we'll have to wait to see how everything. He is going to be the nominee unless we get to the coronavirus stage where they actually, I could see this. I don't think I'm being a conspiratorialist, just saying that Tom Perez and the DNC infect Joe Biden in about a month from now with the coronavirus, so that they can work something different up at the convention. Because at this point, you just wonder, does this guy have the stamina, or even in reality, will he just get run down and get this type of virus? And if he did, would he recover? The chances no. The chances are no. And if he did, he would have significant lung damage from what we're seeing from Italy and Iran. People of that age that even recover have significant diminished lung capacity. So, I mean, I don't mean to make light of this, but either Bernie or Biden, they're actually more exposed than Trump. Trump's in a contained environment right now, and whether he likes it or not, he's being a germaphobe. He probably thinks he's fit to make the determination of whether or not he's free from contamination. But no, he's got actual people all over the place that are being trained by the White House physicians in the social. I always say that Secret Service detail that are protecting him from all of this. So he is actually, even being president in the midst of all this, less likely to contract this illness than Biden or Sanders, who are forced to take trips, to work with people on things like virtual town halls, fundraise. You have to fundraise. You can't do that by video a lot. So I don't think either one of those gentlemen are in any position to combat the coronavirus. And I think it's a real issue. And I think it's pretty funny that Fox, I believe at one point, Kennedy had mentioned something like that. And then her show disappeared for a little bit. And then now Trish Regan has mentioned some things about the way the Democrats and the media are talking about coronavirus. She's gone. She's not there anymore. It's almost as if Paul Ryan is doing some spring cleaning at Fox News. I don't know if anybody else has picked up on that.
You know what the last words of Joe Biden will be before he gets the coronavirus.
Before or as he succumbs to it? What do
No,
you mean?
what are the last words he's going to say before he gets?
I'm waiting.
What do we get for $10?
Oh,
Sock it to
God's
me.
sake.
Me so horny.
That is
Everything.
extremely
Everything? Everything.
that is extremely insensitive and ageist, and even your accent at the end there highlights the fact that this virus clearly came from China.
It did.
So I'm just gonna just write you off as disreputable for
Me so
that whole joke. And
horny.
so,
Me love you long time.
yes, just
One of the
terrible.
greatest songs ever created by human beings is Two Live
That
Crew's
is
Me So Horny.
the University of Miami was quite literally put on the map, not only by Jimmy Johnson, but also by Luther, whatever, from Two Live Crew. That is true.
That's like one of the, when that record came out, the record was like, it was kind of boring, but that first track, Me So Horny, it's so good that 20 or 30 years later, whenever I listen to it, I'm amazed how good it still is.
Yeah,
It's like
but
pure
you also have
gold.
an emotional tie to it, though,
I do.
because you tie it emotionally to the cinematic experience of your mentor in a
Not
lot of
really.
ways.
No, I
And
I tie it
you,
to partying
you
pretty
don't tie it at
hard.
all to Kubrick's
No, not really.
dialogue
No, because
with
the
the she comes up to them at the corner. I mean that really popularized the phrase.
I think it's just
You
the
know, I vow me
hysterical. The
so
thing
horny.
is one
I
of
mean,
the funniest things ever. And I think that more people should use it at weddings and funerals.
Jesus, Luther Campbell. Thank you very much. Weddings and
Luther
funerals. Yeah, I
Campbell.
think. See, I always think you have like this ulterior motive to put out references to Stanley Kubrick films. So, like, I'm always watching you to see if you're going to throw out a Star Trek or Kubrick reference and tie it into something else altogether. So, if you're actually just talking about the fact that Two Live Crew basically sampled that fucking shit,
Yeah.
really?
And these were in the days where you couldn't do it now. That song
No.
could not be made today
Are you
because,
kidding me? Not only could it not be made, it could not be made, not played, but I'm saying even made. Like no one would even, no recording company would even allow it to be made. That's how far out of fashion that is.
well, I'm just saying, I don't know. Look, everything's so decentralized now. There's stuff way worse than Two Live Crew that's being churned out.
Yes. But as long as you're talking about domestic shit like hoes and, shooting your ends or whatever on the streets, doing your drugs or whatever, that's okay. It's when you talk about appropriating other culture outside of your own
Yeah, but
country that
that's
they
all
just draw
stupid.
the line at it.
Listen, I think the only, as I'm moving rapidly into just going into the mode of kamikaze, take another swipe at the Asians. I think we need to start in an incendiary fashion, just overload
Now I
these
need
people.
another ice cube. You're gonna start with this shit. I'm getting another ice cube.
That's what I think, guys. I love Me So Horny. What are we gonna do? Not watch the Full Metal Jacket? Anyway, I'm so sick of it. I'm so sick of all this crap, all the politically correct crap. Everyone is like, "Oh, we don't want to offend." I want to offend everyone. I want everyone to be offended at all times. I've dedicated my life to it. No one will stop me. So, Me So Horny, we need to play this at more weddings, funerals, bar mitzvahs, confirmation. I think it should become like a national. Yeah, it's a classic song, RB. Remember that shit? What a great song. Love it. Booty, what does that say? Booty bass? Booty house? Yeah, I don't know booty house. Two Live Crew, they were great. That album, I think, came out when I was in college. I think so. I have memories of sitting around laughing my ass off with some of my college friends. We, we would play that at like 3 in the morning and everyone would lose it. They did German dance clubs like Two Live Crew. I could see had the tape in the seventh grade. The tape in the seventh grade. Obi had that tape. Yeah, when I was a kid, I had a few Richard Pryor albums. I'm talking like grade school. I had Richard Pryor albums. That's the only thing in the 70s I really miss about the 70s. The people. I miss the people that were alive in the 70s. I do not miss the people that are alive today, generally speaking. Not like the 70s and the 80s.
I think the biggest, what do I want to say? I don't think it's a crime, but I think the biggest shame of my generation is by the time, I'm 10 at 85, 12 at 87. The Richard Pryor I get to know for the first time is the Gene Wilder Richard Pryor, which is a completely Brewster's Millions Richard Pryor. I
Yeah.
mean, this is a commercialized Richard saying, you know what? I know this shit ain't that funny, but I'm making mine.
Well,
I'm getting my money because I've earned it. And frankly, I want to smoke it or put it up my nose or whatever. And so it's not as if we didn't appreciate Richard Pryor, but it's not until you get older, Richard Pryor's dead or dying, and then you realize, then you see the Sunset stuff, and you see the angst, and you see that that just pent up black male aggression, just tossed out on the Sunset Strip like gasoline, and a whole bunch of white people not knowing, you're laughing, but knowing that they're the butt of the jokes for the first time. So to me, that was, we didn't know that was happening. We weren't. I was barely born, but I didn't know there was a time where there was a black comedian that could do that. And whites were instinctively or reflexively laughing at themselves, almost out of self defense, because what Richard Pryor was doing at that point was just, it was anger. He was like making statements of anger, um, draped or guised with stories of his own life or whatever. But that type of intensity, I thought Eddie Murphy tried it 10 years later, but it was not the same, what if, I guess, purity level, if you want to call it. I mean, if you want to look at Raw and things like that compared to what Pryor was doing at that point, where he was just pissed. He was pissed at Hollywood. He was pissed at his agents. He was pissed at everybody because he thought he was the funniest motherfucker in the world. And at that point in time, he was right. And he was not getting any respect at all. And he saw how much easier the white guys in his business had it, and he'd been fucked over by producers, and like everybody in Hollywood has. He took that anger out in a way that, if you look back out on it now, you can appreciate it. At the time, I don't think anybody really appreciated it. So I see what you're saying about that. But when I looked at that Dave Chappelle Netflix special from last year, the one that got Netflix so upset they basically pulled it off. That was the first time that I sensed somebody doing the same thing. Chappelle is so pissed that they're trying, the cancel culture is just gotten so out of control. The protections for people that are just black and they do really stupid shit like Jesse Smollett took him to a point where he was like, no, no. And of course, the right to own an arm, a weapon, a shotgun came up in that skit because he's saying it was a white guy. It was a meth head that scared the shit out of me. And thank God that I'm allowed to have a shotgun. I mean, I thought that special by Dave Chappelle last year was one of the most important since the ones from back in the day with Richard Pryor. That's just my isolated, sheltered white boy, 45-year-old now explanation.
This is funny. We've got an account called Pony Soldier saying,
Mhm.
I told the Fango I'd rather practice social dissing. Did go to Glenn's channel. So you know what that
Uh,
is, right? That's the Fango.
I would say, yeah, 50-50 DeFango, or it really is somebody who DeFango told to go to this channel for that purpose.
I don't think the Fango would
It
tell
doesn't
anyone.
smell like a TS operative or anything like that. But
No, I think that's the Fango. I'm getting better. Maybe I'm not getting better, but I don't know. Icon
wow, I got
virus.
to check that out. Obi said Devin Nunes called it the Chicom virus and tweeted out. I did. I called it the Chicom flu. I like this. The fact that the Chinese are so defensive about this, it's kind of like an outlet. It's DeFango doesn't like Peter Gabriel. Oh, I don't know
I don't think anyone like even
who likes Peter
even the
Gabriel.
guys in Genesis don't like him.
Yeah, and Genesis, yeah, like I said, we've talked about this before many times, but Genesis is a twisted car accident of musical talent that turned out to be almost worthless in its entirety. So even with the various people that came in and out of it, Peter Gabriel will probably in my generation always be remembered for "In Your Eyes," which I think is pales in comparison to Salisbury Hill, but both are gay in the long run. And once you get into big time and all that sledgehammer shit, that's just a horrifying road to travel down as an artist, and you can't recover from it.
Oh, Pony Soldier is all Peter Gabriel video. Oh shit,
But why wouldn't
He's got Eben Ozen. Holy shit. Holy shit. There's a little piece
he's
of
got what?
Eben Ozen, EBNOZN. Early, like 1980, 81, there were these two guys from SVA, School of Visual Arts, New York City guys.
Mhm.
One guy's name was Rosen. He ended up becoming a
Okay,
teacher, a math teacher at the School of Visual Arts, or one of the public schools here in New York City. He died,
I got you.
and he had a friend who liked having sex with foreign model chicks. I can't remember what his name was, but somehow when you crunched it down, it became EBN. Like his name was Rosen, ROZEN, and he crushed it down to Ozen. You see the OZN, get it? And their big claim to fame was because they were at the School of Visual Arts, they had access to a synclavier. One of the first groups of people who had access to this new the was it Synclavier or was it Fairlight? It had to be Synclavier. Clavier. I don't know how to pronounce it. And they made of course, they made a dance track trying to get laid. Eben Ozen. That's like other than me and a guy who's now dead. I think now those are the three people who know Eben Ozen is the Pony Soldier. But he could just
Wow.
be picking those things out just to annoy people. Because I mean, who's gonna put a video, Peter Gabriel and Kate Bush, "Don't Give Up"? I mean,
Oh God. Oh God.
Oh wait,
Why did
there's a
somebody
Sting
put that?
one. Sting, Desert Rose is there. You too, I'll go
Yeah, but
crazy.
don't give up is the worst. That's like,
Don't give up. No,
oh,
give up.
that's terrible.
Give
That's
up.
the worst duet ever. That's the worst duet without Olivia Newton-John and John Travolta singing together. That is awful. Why would somebody submit that into
When that album came out, whatever the name of that album was, I remember I bought the CD and I was going to Fire Island for like a week or two, and I put
this
this.
is your gay period or what?
Well,
Are
it
you gonna
was
tell
the
us a
'80s.
story about?
Sledgehammer was a big song. I was like, "Oh, Sledgehammer, that's a pretty good song. I'll buy the
Is that
record."
what you nicknamed your manhood? Let's be honest. At this point, you went to Fire Island.
Yeah, well,
That
I
was a
mean,
big
that
song.
was a weird summer too. It was like my lost summer, and I'm hanging out with I guess my
If I were you,
second.
I'd want to make it a lost summer, like not talk about it on record, but you're
No, I mean,
about to.
it was a lot of fun. I was hanging out with my second cousin, um, who I guess I was the only one that figured out she was a lesbian. Go figure. And her girlfriend slash best
A
friend.
lesbian in
Yeah.
Fire at Fire Island? I can't believe this.
Well, I mean,
This
this was
story is
Ocean Beach. This wasn't Ferry Grove. So I was
okay.
I'd been going to Ocean Beach on and off for a long time. Um, but anyway, it was a fun. We had some fun, and I remember sitting there on the beach listening to this record, and I think the album starts with "Red Rain," and I'm listening to it going,
Mhm.
and also there's a lot of Fairlight. It's a lot of programmed stuff. I'm like, okay, yeah, this is all right. I can get into this. Then the second one I
No,
think
no.
is
Why? 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 The initial vocalization of the name of the song is just it just oh I mean, it's awful. It's really awful. I don't even want to do it. I don't want to even try to sing it. There's no excuse for it. And I'm sorry that you're bringing up this earworm. And I know you might infect me and you might infect hundreds of people on multiple platforms. I do not want to discuss names or vocal or lyrics. That is an incredibly pervasive, awful set of auditory examples. So please, let's just cover it in a atmospherical sense. Don't get down into lyrics that could impact people's sleep patterns or perhaps drive them to homicide.
well, that's the
Horrible.
I liked the start of that record. I thought, okay, this might be good. And then the Sledgehammer song came on. I'm like, okay, that's a good song. That's on MTV. And then it's like one torture song after another,
It's awful.
right? And this was in the '80s, right? So I was in college. I was going to nightclubs, dating women. This was a music that was being played. It was popular at the time. And I remember sitting there and I listened to the album like one time. And to the best of my knowledge, I played it the one time, and it's still somewhere. I know it's with my CD. It's got to be that same copy is
Ugh.
still with my CDs in
It's
Manhattan.
it's probably pristine. There's probably not a speck of dust on that fucking thing. You
Well,
probably
there
have
may
not
be
taken that
because
thing
it
out.
was in the beach, so there may be a sand scratching or whatever.
Is that is that on the rack in the Manhattan apartment? That big shelf, or is that
Yeah,
only your old disco shit that used to play?
no, no, all my CDs are there. I've got about 2 or 3 thousand of them, um, and that was one of them. But the thing about Peter Gabriel is I didn't like Genesis much at all.
I don't know who did, to be
Um,
honest with you.
some of my neighbors, some of the older guys when I was growing up, like in fifth, sixth grade, they were all into early Genesis with Peter Gabriel when they were all long hair or whatever, art rock, whatever the fuck they
Some
were.
people, do they still consider that now? Because I'm not an expert at this, but do they consider early Genesis prog?
Yeah, it was part of the well,
Yeah.
yeah, prog rock, but not really. Well, yeah, I guess so. More like art
Because
rock.
we talked about Pink Floyd the other week, and it really pisses me off that occasionally people will call Pink Floyd
No,
prog rock, and I'm
no,
like,
they
no, you don't
weren't prog
understand what
rock.
prog rock is.
No, no,
That's not at all what it
prog
is.
rock to me was like Can and like these weird guys like John Hassel or Cluster, um, uh, King Crimson. You know, like
Yes, King Crimson was a big one. Yeah.
really messed up shit that you literally have to be on acid to get into. Like,
Yeah, everything was 12 minutes and 35 seconds, and there were
yeah,
maybe
right.
3 lines in there. Yeah.
But so there was Genesis, and I never really liked Genesis. I thought it was boring. And then he became a solo artist, and somewhere in like the early '80s, he did an album. I think it was called Three, and it had this song "Shock the Monkey,"
Oh God, that was awful.
and I loved
That
that
was a
song,
big
man.
because they had a video. Because they had
Had
a
a cool
video, it
video.
became the
Yeah,
rage.
actually, the
Oh,
song came out before the video, but whatever. It was
yeah, it got big because of the fucking
it was
video.
cool, and I was like, man, that's a great song. And I bought the record, and the rest of the record was like a bunch of guys who did way too many drugs and it could barely even like write a coherent song. So it's like it's like this one song in this muddled thing. So I basically tuned out Peter Gabriel until that record. And then Genesis,
Yeah.
they I guess Peter Gabriel got the boot and Phil Collins started
Mhm.
taking over,
Yeah.
right? And
Yeah.
during that period, there was one or two good songs. Early, I think Abacab. I never bought any of it, but again, older guys in the neighborhood, you do go hang out with them while they're getting
Yeah.
stoned, and it was either they'd
Dude, you
be
got it. I would say
it
you'd
was
have to be stoned to enjoy some of the early
well, it was
Genesis
Steve
records. But
Miller. When I was hanging out with the local guys who were older than me, they were either listening to Steve Miller, "Fly Like an Eagle," um,
which is one of the worst Steve Miller songs, but if you're high, I guess it's not. I don't
yeah,
know, but
but
Steve
Pink
Miller.
Floyd. It was like either Steve Miller, "Fly Like an Eagle," Pink Floyd, "Dark Side of the Moon."
Yeah, which is like saying, we can't compare those two. I mean, honest to God, filet mignon with like fucking roadkill fucking possum. I
Yeah, but
mean,
this is like
I know what you're saying
but
as
this
far
is
as
like a 45-year-old guy. What I'm trying to tell you is at the time in 1970, whenever that was, 78 maybe, 79, there was a scene. Like if you were into the scene of getting high, you were just like, that
yeah.
show, that 70s show? That show is very close to what my life was like in the late 70s. Because back then it was just a bunch of kids that had nothing better, like the song says, we had nothing better to do than to talk to each other. I don't remember the exact words, but something like that.
Well, but there's a good point here coming from Die Five is like, how did you reconcile and Silog too, talking with High Turbine? How did you reconcile like the Jethro Tulls with the Bostons and
Right.
all that? And then Yes, and Yes is like right around 1980. Like, what was going on in that scene? Emerson, Lake and Palmer was thrown in there. Like,
Well,
could you just like everything and be cool, or did you have to separate your music from your friends?
well, there were like different scenes, right? So,
Yeah, that's what I mean. Do you have different set of friends for different music, or did you
yeah,
find
like
a way to like hang out at the
the
same
neighbor,
party and
well,
and listen to that?
the neighborhood kids were all a bunch of like stoner dudes. Um, and they were listening to like stoner music and all of that crap. You
Mhm.
name all that shit. The Who, the Rolling Stones, Boston, all that stuff.
No, wait, wait, well, I mean, don't throw Boston in with the Who and the Rolling Stones. I mean, we have
But that's
we
what was
can
on the radio.
compartmentalize.
See, you're
Yeah, but we can compartmentalize the last Beatles album with Stones and the
what you
Who
don't
and Zeppelin
understand is
and
that
get them over here.
here's the thing. You know this music from reputation. I was introduced to this music when it was on the radio, and if you listen to the radio, they would play the most current Rolling Stones song because they were still making records back then, believe it or not. So were the Who, and then they would play
Well, so they're
Boston.
still making fucking records.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
this was
I
all
get it.
current
So
music.
you're not talking about qualitative. You're just saying
I'm
in a in
saying
a
that
in
if
a
we took a time machine back to 1979, the summer of 79, that was a big summer for me. And you could
Mhm.
see hanging out with some of the local kids, um, they weren't thinking like Pink Floyd is like one of the greatest. No one was thinking like that. They were thinking Pink Floyd is awesome to listen to when you're wasted. They
Yeah.
they hadn't put out the wall yet. There hadn't been
No, no.
right.
Yeah, that was 2 years
There
later.
hadn't they hadn't have 30 there weren't 30 years of people worshiping them as
They
these.
did have "Wish You Were Here," which had a couple of real
Yeah. Wish You Were Here.
penetrating songs
Well, I mean,
into
look, I
the
mean, Pink Floyd had a couple interesting records.
Animals. I don't think most people got into
That
because
was my
I think
favorite.
you
That
know the
was,
people
by
that
the
tell
way, that's
me
my only Pink Floyd record I actually own and love.
it's awesome, by the
At the
way. But
time
the only
was
one people
Animals.
tell me they think qualifies them as a prog band, and I say no, it doesn't qualify them
No,
as a prog band. But it definitely is a longer version, less lyrically intense, or lyrically, whatever you want to call it,
it
intensive.
was a prelude
I thought it was great.
to the wall. You
I
could
thought it
see
was
that
awesome.
they were working through some stuff. It was thematically it was a concept album. It was a lot of
Of course it was.
Orwell. You know, there was a lot of Orwellian overtones to it.
So let me ask you this, Glenn. Uh, why wouldn't Bernie Bros be firing up Pink Floyd's Animals? I mean that would be everything that that's being espoused by or engendered by this campaign. I mean that really is the anti-government album. It's not the Wall.
I
People think
just
it's the
think,
Wall
yeah, but I think
because
it's just too old. These Bernie Bros are in their 20s, maybe their 30s. They're way too young
maybe.
to know Pink Floyd. I mean, Pink Floyd to them is this caricature. We don't need their education. You know that it's just
Yeah, see,
generational.
that's a
Huh?
that's a caricature part. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
That's exactly what I was saying. Like the Wall would be too easy to use if you are
Yeah,
like
but you know what
a
the
socialist
truth
progressive
is?
right
At
now.
least
The
my truth.
actual the lyrics of Animal, getting into pigs,
Yeah. Pigs and
is talking
sheep.
about the corporate culture.
Pigs and sheep were the best cuts on that one.
Oh my God, they're unbelievable songs. But thank God for David Gilmour, by the way, because otherwise it would be unlistenable Roger Waters,
Well, the best thing Gilmore ever said when they kicked Roger Waters out, and some Rolling Stone reporter said, "Oh, how you gonna? I hear that Pink Floyd is in the studio making a new record," and he's like, "Yes." And they're like, "Well, how you gonna make one without Roger Waters?" And he just off the cuff said, "Ah, you have one bass player, you know them all. You know one bass player, you know them all."
and I gotta say that album, while commercially successful and ignored, is now considered a masterpiece. If you go back and listen to some of the stuff that came out of that,
Yeah. No, that
you
by
know,
the way, I like that record too. I can't remember the title of it now, but you can remind me. It's
yeah,
something like it's not through the
Learning to Fly. Learning to Fly was the hit.
was the hit. It was
Right.
awesome too.
Yeah, and it's got the beds on the front,
Right.
in the
Someone in the
field, and
audience
it's
will
got
remember what the name of the
someone will
album.
get it. By far, I think it's got oh my God, the songs on there are just unbelievable. It's a song that's like or I'm sorry, the title track to my freshman year in college. It's just this unbelievable album.
The thing is, to
Um,
answer your question, in the late 70s, the various music scenes, you had your rock people. And rock
yeah,
Could be momentary lapse of reason. Thank you, wordy word. That was the name of
Yeah,
the.
Momentary Lapse, which by itself is a great song.
Yeah, that came
Momentary
out.
Lapse of
I
Reason
think that
is
came
a
out when I
phenomenal
was
song.
first year in college, and I remember thinking it was gonna be terrible because I wasn't a big Pink Floyd fan, but I figure didn't they break up? It was like one of those. I thought they broke
It
up.
was 2 years.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, it was less than 2 years when they produced it after that.
but it
But
was actually it sounded good. But if you were a rock person in the late '70s, then
mhm.
if you went to someone's house that was into rock, you probably would see um, Rolling Stones, Who, Kinks, uh, maybe a
That's a
Beatles record or
purist.
two.
No, you're talking about a rock purist.
I'm just
I
talking
mean,
about what
that's
was considered rock and roll. This
no,
is
no,
what
no. But
people are
I'm saying
listening to.
you could walk into a room at that era. This guy could be a total douchebag who was writing obituaries for New York Times, or he could be a fucking stoner writing fucking reviews for the Rolling Stone and magazine. And you could find the same record collection naming what you just named.
Yeah, but
It's the other bands
they're
that start to
also
divide
mentioning
on.
here Zeppelin, Skinner also would be included with
Of
that.
course.
Pink Floyd, probably Dark Side of the Moon, Wish You Were Here, would definitely be there. Um, and so then you'd have
Yeah, I'm
some.
not gonna. I'm not gonna sit here and say Adam Hart Mother is an album that everybody's gonna fucking like.
But
Matter of
that
fact,
was a
very few people
'60s
ever
record.
like it.
See, that's the
No, that was a
difference.
'70s record, but it was the hangover of the Sid. You know,
Yeah,
um, it was Roger Waters exerting himself over the band, and then when Gilmore decided, hey, you know what people like? They like good guitar playing, and then it took off,
yeah.
and then things went in the right
But
direction.
that was at
Uh,
that time. You had that stuff. Then you had guys who were like generally the hardcore stoner guys. They would have those
mhm.
same records, but then you would add some stuff. Like that's where you would see Zappa suddenly appear, right? A lot of these like
Well,
high school
listen,
guys that
man.
were like getting stoned every day, you would see Zappa. And I really didn't know Frank Zappa to me was a guy who made novelty songs like Baby Snakes and shit. That album Chic Your Booty, if you remember it, it's just a laugh riot. He had songs called like Titties
Don't
and
eat the yellow snow.
Don't Eat
We
Yellow
all
Snow,
remember.
Titties and Beer, Valley
Yeah.
Girl, all this stuff. And then,
Which basically belied his intelligence
yeah, no, but
in a way that
he was a real
deprived
musician. So
millions of Americans from
it took
getting
me
to
a
know his.
while to get past the novelty thing. It probably was first year in college where um, I was waylaid by a friend of mine who demanded that I sit in his dorm room and listen to Joe's Garage, and it changed my world.
Okay, so what state? All right, I want to know this because I've been through this same situation where people sit me down
Yeah,
at a certain time. Mostly it's in reaction to whatever substance I just ingested. So you're saying that you sat down stone cold sober, middle of the day, early evening, and
yeah, I was
and
during the
somebody put
afternoon.
on Joe's Garage, and you just naturally got enveloped in it
I
without any
what I didn't
additives.
realize by just listening to a song over 20 years, hearing one song here and they're kind of comedic, is I missed what an artist this guy was. He was like a genius level guy, um, who was making very anyway. Sitting down and listening to that record, I remember I listened to the whole first side of Joe's Garage Part One. That goes
Mhm.
from Joe's Garage, the intro song, all the way to I think the last song is um think about it. I think Lucille messed my mind up, if you know that song, because he got gonorrhea from her. It's there's a it's a theme the album is a theme, and it took him years to put it out. There were 3 volumes. Um and I remember I duped it on tape and listened to the fuck out of that tape for my first year in college. So much so that, yeah, someone's mentioning Steely Dan, but Steely Dan, okay, so we had the rock
Well, that's a
people.
different.
Let's
No,
just
yeah,
say
you
we
talk
had the
about Captain
rock
Beefheart.
people. Okay.
Yeah, Captain Beefheart and Steely Dan are often the same uh, avenue of
Yeah.
that type of music.
But there
That's a
was
different.
like,
Actually, Glenn, the last time you and I were together,
yeah,
we talked about this because Steely Dan came on when we were having lunch
yeah,
upstate halfway through. So this is a familiar
right.
treading ground.
So you had, but see, Steely Dan, other than me in my high school, and we had, I don't know how many thousand people we had, 2,000 people in high school. There may have been two or three other people that knew who Steely Dan were. Um, as rightly so, because Steely Dan was like the purview of college people and musicians were listening to that stuff. Not, it wasn't like, a bunch of teenagers like, hey, let's put on some Steely Dan and smoke a joint. No, not at
Yeah, I've
all.
never,
Yeah, that's
never.
that's like
Well, I
30,
mean,
30-year-olds in 1980 were like, hey man, let's put on some Steely Dan and do some coke and swap
yeah,
wives.
that maybe before my time, but I definitely that's not something
Steely
that.
Dan was a 70s band, and really they ended in around 1980. They got back together. I think one of them died. He was a heroin addict, whatever. But anyway, I can't get off. So there
Well,
was the
the
rock
guitar
people,
player was
the
what was
heroin
his name
guy.
with the mustache?
Yeah,
He was
yeah.
he played on for other groups. No, but
He's a heroin addict. Died of that. Whatever.
no,
Doesn't matter.
he's still alive, I think. Or
No,
if
he's
he's not,
dead. Donald Fagen
okay,
is still alive, the keyboard, the
yeah,
singer.
okay,
And he's a wife beater. So there you go. So
yeah.
you had the rock people. Now in the late 70s, you had the punk people. And generally, the rock and punk people did not get along at all. They hated each other. Punk people looked at the rock people as like, you wasting your life on this shitty music your parents listened to. You're a piece of shit. Fuck you. I'm going to hit you with a baseball. And the rock people would look at the punk people like, that's noise. That's not even real music. How can you listen to that garbage? You've been sniffing too much fucking glue. You have no taste. It sucks. And what was weird is like I think you figured it out. I moved around different groups. You had disco people, people who were into disco music and funk and soul. But back then it didn't matter. If it was black music, it was called disco, even if you couldn't dance to it. That's, one of the things. And then you had country, people were listening to country music, and I'm missing one. I'm forgetting one. There was one other type of music. What am I forgetting? In the late 70s.
What?
Well,
Wow.
I guess there was the beginnings of what would be called new wave music. Like
Oh yeah, definitely.
weird
78, 79, I think New Wave was there.
weird oddball groups like Kraftwerk and whatever. And I was definitely
Oh, well,
into.
that's a European influenced New Wave
Well, that's
stuff.
what I'm saying. Is that new wave really started in
Yeah.
Europe and then it came here after punk died. It was like a whole thing. And I was
It
really
did, but it also helped synthesize our early '80s breakout acts
right,
like Blondie and
right.
a lot of other
Well,
people.
Blondie started out, believe it or not, as a punk act.
Yeah, but what
Yeah.
got famous when realizing this European synthesized shit really
Yeah.
does
Well,
work.
they I
Uh,
think their big hit was Heart of Glass, right? And that was Tony Visconti produced that.
so
And
that was disco.
yeah, and
Yeah,
Tony
that was
Visconti, guess where he made his bones? Producing all these fucking disco records. So is literally the record label was like, "Hey, have this guy churn out a Blondie disco hit." And it, to this day, Deborah Harry is getting facelifts off the royalties,
you know, um,
and she
yeah,
needs them.
I wanna take this into a different area than we've talked about before because I actually think that there are merits to the early onset of synth in American music, but and some British music, but how quickly it can be burned out because it's not the same type. You can do more with three chords with a guitar, obviously, comparing Clapton and Jimmy Page to whoever, uh, than what you can do with a fucking Casio. And but I think there were times in the early '80s where there were musical advancements made that took British and American pop into a place that was, not the worst music in the world. I mean, we might make fun of it now, but if you're sitting in the car and you don't have satellite, or you don't have a disc in, and something like Aha, Take on Me comes on, you're going to listen to it, especially if you're my age, maybe even your age, Glenn. But like, it takes you back to a certain point in time. It's not the worst thing in the world. Howard Jones,
Yeah, but
he had
these groups you're mentioning.
these are early '80s.
This is what I was listening to in high school. So that's my high
Yeah.
school
So,
music. Is
but I
Howard
think there's
Jones.
still merit to it. I think
Well,
if
they
you
were
listen to Howard
the
Jones,
reason that the
no one's to
reason
blame right now.
the
If I
music
tell
is good.
you,
They're good
if I say to
songwriters.
you right now, listen to No One Is to
I know
Blame
all
by
those
Howard
songs, but I'm
Jones.
saying that
I
Howard
know you
Jones
do, but
was
they don't. A
he
lot of
was a
people
good.
on here
But you know,
don't.
it's generational. No one wants it anymore.
It's not a bad song. If I tell people on here to listen to In Excess, Don't Change, they're gonna look at me like,
Yeah.
"What the fuck song is that? I don't even know
Well,
that. What
but
the hell is
you
going on?"
could. People were writing songs back then. Now, electronics won. I mean, this argument, acoustic versus electronic. I don't even feel the
Mhm.
need in the 70s and 80s. I would argue with people that the future was electronic music, and they would mock me. I don't need to make this argument because the future's here, and everything is now, whether you know it or not. Electronics have tinged everything. Even so-called acoustic acts, everything's being
Well,
manipulated.
for everything I've left behind, you're correct.
Yeah.
So the only new music that I actually listen to is all acoustic based. It's Josh Ritter, it's Tim Easton, it's Wilco or Tweety solo. It's all the stuff that's coming out on that side of it. Jason Isbell, those type of guys. I'm into all
Listen,
that
I'm
stuff
sure
now because
you
I
and
don't
the
listen.
other 50 guys who like that are happy. That's great.
Yeah,
But
yeah, because I don't listen to the
the
radio. I don't know what's
society
being
at
played.
large now has been inundated with music generated out of a computer. We're using Pro Tools and various plugins.
Yeah, I think it's terrible.
And
And
so,
and my kids love it, but I think it's terrible.
but that's the thing. What I'm trying to say is that when you had the early electronic acts, these were all like Kraftwerk were classical musicians. They studied. They
Mhm.
actually studied the Dusseldorf Conservatory of Music. That's where they met. And they started out as a prog rock band, believe it or
Yeah,
not.
of course.
And they evolved into this thing. But putting out a record, it would take them years to produce these records because everything had to be meticulously played by hand and you had to have chops.
But do you
Now,
know why? Do you know why? It's because they took traditional German
well, they were
music
taking,
from the
they
time
were into
of
Bach,
harpsichords,
right?
and they sped it up,
Right.
but
Well,
they kept it in that
it
same
was
thing.
a
It's amazing.
take. It was their take on the German pop music of the, the
Yeah.
15th, 16th century and whatever. But now I've seen videos on YouTube of a guy with a couple of these modern they're not even really synths anymore. It's more like a trigger connected to their computer, and they can recreate a Kraftwerk song in like 20 seconds. Boom, 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 boom. The problem is that everyone has the ability to have the studio that Kraftwerk built in 1977, and it cost them God knows how much money. And it was a unique thing, which what they created. Now everyone has it, but nobody has. It's just like modern art. Anyone can be an artist now. Everyone wants to be Andy Warhol. What they don't understand is Andy Warhol spent decades as a classically trained painter. If you look at the book of Warhol or Lichtenstein or any of these guys like Jasper Johns, their early part of the book are beautiful, Rubenesque,
Of course.
type of paint. They knew how to actually paint. Then they did all this wacky shit. As opposed to today, nobody wants to put the time in to actually learn how to write a good song. What is the craft that takes, what craft do you need to have to write a good pop song? Or do you want to just,
You know what?
you know?
I think a lot of our opinions, including mine, have been tainted somewhat over since the Bush era till now by politics. And there's people that I've discounted anymore that I don't want to hear from anymore because they got put on the wrong path. They took the wrong path. There have been guys through our history who managed to navigate that shit back in the 60s, if you will. I'm talking like, post Woody Guthrie, people realized, okay, I'm not going to get consumed if I'm going to do Pete Seeger's, if I was a Hammer or
Yeah, but that was
whatever.
garbage.
I've got to do something different. So Dylan learned all their songs. Dylan wrote the new lyrics to it and confused the shit out of everybody, not knowing whether it was protest music or not. He started to make inroads on that front, and he had a lot of people that followed in tow, from Ramblin' Jack Elliott and others that started to cross over from country, um, original country, Gene Autry style storytelling into folk storytelling from Greenwich Village and all that stuff. And it was a really cool time where we had really cool songwriters that weren't writing about politics, which is crazy in the 60s because everybody was fucking doing it. And then you got into the 70s and you got it's almost like God's hands involved in some of this stuff, because you had this part of the 70s where out west you had all the guys, you had Stills and Nash and Crosby are meeting up with the other guys, McGuinn from the Birds, and they start swapping things out at parties, right? I mean, why are they all together? I mean, it's like, well, it's a place to hang out, they all flock there. Same thing happened in Texas and in parts of in Nashville, where you have like Johnny Cash outside of his fucking mind, on drugs, hanging out with a coked up Waylon Jennings, and they're hanging out with Willie Nelson, and all of a sudden you have outlaw country that just tells Nashville to go fuck themselves, tells the Grand Ole Opry to fuck themselves. I mean, all of this stuff is happening in a very similar time frame, and it makes no sense that it happens organically. And then you have things like Towns Van Zandt that Towns Van Zandt springs up, and he's in the middle of it all. He blossoms up in the middle of it all between Johnny Cash, Bob Dylan, and a whole host of other greats. Towns Van Zandt is something that gives birth just to Steve Earle and Jason Isbell and a lot of other people who turn out to be liberals. And see, that's what bothers me. That
Yeah.
there were a lot of people that took a lot of pains not to be political just to get their music out there. And now we have them, they don't do that. They want to be political.
Well, a
That
lot of
bothers
them
me.
are pretending to be liberal just to get their shit supported.
Could be. Could be. It absolutely could be. I
The
just think that
first
music is, and I
example
know
of
you.
that was with Jimi Hendrix. Jimi Hendrix,
Well,
when he performed at Woodstock, the reason he performed the Star Spangled Banner is he was in the military. He went to Vietnam,
mhm.
and he meant that. He didn't play the Star Spangled Banner in some kind of hippie, ironic way. He played it straight up patriotic. And then what people don't talk about now, because you're not supposed to talk about it, is that for the next year or two before he died, he was getting into all kinds of trouble in the press, especially in Rolling Stone. He gave some interview in Rolling Stone where he was supporting the Vietnam War, which was shocking to the core to the hippie scum that were listening to him. And his managers, his record company, the various press people bullied him to the point about it where he gave an interview saying he doesn't want to talk about politics, which is an interesting turn. He didn't recant what he said. He just says, I don't want to talk about it. In many
Yeah.
ways, what people like us are suffering through today, I look at Jimi Hendrix. He was the first one to get fucked. The screwing that we're getting every fucking day on social media, he was the first one who got screwed because he was a guy who went to Vietnam, served, he was a veteran, he was a fantastic musician, and he was the only one at Woodstock, which was 99.9% filthy scumbag commie hippie. He was the one ray of sunshine, and they
Yeah,
literally
but don't
hounded
don't
him.
don't forget this. don't forget this, is that the record will show that the overwhelming response to his performance was positive. So he had such a talent that he actually, well, probably like you momentarily, it wasn't going to last. Like he wasn't turning them into patriots by far. They were there to protest, obviously, in some capacity. But his talent was so great, and he shocked them.
But that was the
And that,
moment.
to me,
But they didn't
that's a
know.
moment.
They didn't know. None of those hippie
Yeah.
filth knew what he was doing. They just thought they
Yeah.
thought this is the thing about libs. I grew up surrounded by libs. 30 or 40 years. I know all about them. The way libs operate are totally different than the way you and I operate. If we meet somebody, we're constantly probing and studying to figure out where they fall, on what side of the aisle they fall. In libturd places where they run things, in their world, no one is a conservative. All I have to do to be invisible to them is never challenge anything they say. My silence will be proof to them I'm one of them.
I get that. You know what I think makes us better than them is that we are much, much more willing as a constituency of Trump or whatever you want to call us. Let's just call us Republicans for now, or conservatives, not Republicans, conservatives. Um, I think we have a greater ability to grasp and appreciate and articulate that appreciation for music that might not politically align with us. On the other side, it's death to everything. I mean, it's just like if you're going to try to play it down the middle with Donald Trump, they're going to destroy you. Your music's never going to get out. Matter of fact, right now, the way things are going, I don't think your movie's going to get out. Your book's not going to get out.
Right. Your comic
And
book.
this cancel
Your
culture
comic
is
book
just
won't get released. Your video won't get released. Your album won't get released unless
yeah,
you are willing to sign up with the liberal bullshit from day one, whether you believe it or not. And there's a lot of people I can tell
yeah.
don't believe it, but they're just towing the fucking line. They,
Absolutely. I've seen it myself with one of my favorite bands from when I was younger, Uncle Tupelo. I've seen Jay Farrar go one way with it, and then I saw as Tweety grew Wilco into the bigger band, and Tweety just became like this just a liberal monster and ruined one of the greatest new American bands that was coming out of the era. And it was just not ruined musically, but for me, it was like when you kill an animal and you let it lie for a day, and then you know, you get the poison in the meat, and that's exactly what happened here. Is like by the time I could quarter and process the albums, it was poisoned with this. I've got to throw a lyric in there that makes sure I get my anti-Trump vibe up there, and I think it's a shame, and it's happened with which I consider the greatest right now, the greatest musicians, songwriters, and guitarists, and with bands or without, are without a doubt. Jeff Tweedy is one of them, and to a lesser extent, Tim Easton is one of them. Matthew Ryan is one of them. And you start Jason Isbell, of course, might be the most popular one at this point out of all of them. And Josh Ritter is, and I could maybe name one other. The Jesus, what's it? It's God willing, and the creek don't rise. Can't remember his name, but there's like six really talented musicians right now that are on the cusp of like greatness that can't seem to shake politics. That's really disappointing to me. Really, really, really disappointing to me.
well, these days, just like anything else, conservatives congregate in certain genres now, right? So if you don't want to watch, I'll give you an example. Like they made some new Star Trek with Patrick Stewart, and literally everyone in that show is a woman. It's like men disappeared in that version of the future. Everyone is some middle-aged fucking woman. And if you're
Which
a
is what they did with The Walking Dead too. They decided to just make The Walking Dead a female lead
yeah,
series,
all
and
I
it
can
went
tell
like
you
this.
with The Walking Dead is I kind of stopped watching it around, I guess, the fifth or sixth season.
But yeah, probably when Rick Grimes stops, being the central focal point. But
Yeah.
no, I see your point completely.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying. So we know,
Political correctness.
going into it that if you want to watch mainstream movies or TV, it's gonna be heavy on feminism, anti-white male, and very pro-homosexual activism. That's what it is. That's what you're gonna get served up. If you don't like that, then you might be able to go to underground comics where people like us are making their own self-publishing books.
Yeah.
And also interesting, the most interesting thing to me of late is the video game world. Video games, the really big titles. The video games is like the opposite of every other part of our pop culture. Is that the really big popular titles? It's like 1978 still. It's a bunch. It's games for guys, made by guys primarily, super violent, all kinds of language that normally would not be tolerated anywhere else. You can get away with it in the video games, and the libs have tried to crack that nut, and they can't do it because there's just too much
Yeah,
money on the table. There is more
I
money in the
guess. I don't know
video
anything
games
about it.
than there is in Hollywood at this point, right? Like
Right now,
I'm just
I
saying.
right now I can tell you that that gap is going to grow because people are home and they're buying more, and no one's going to see the movies. But I've never played a video game in my life. Really, I don't know anything about it, so I can't
Right, but
tell what
what
people.
I'm trying to tell you is younger guys who have zero interest in watching a bunch of middle-aged women uh in the Star Trek. It's not Star Trek. It's fucked up. It's like no man wants to watch that shit. The reason you go to a science fiction movie is to watch things get blown up, vaporized, bunch of guys, adrenaline junkies, etc. Gamergate. Yeah, that's what I want to see. That's what all these they make some Terminator movie where everyone's a woman and it lost money. How do you lose money
Yeah,
making a fucking
I
Terminator movie? But they managed to
you know
do it.
I
They did
you
it.
and I discussed this. We haven't talked about it since. And I can't remember the name of it right now, to be honest with you. But the Brad Pitt movie that was made, the space movie that was supposed to be kind of a pickup of Kubrick's Odyssey. Um, Unbelievable,
Which one?
unbelievable
Which
that
one?
they. It just came out last year. It's on demand now. Brad Pitt. It's basically very, very similarly captures
Oh, not is
the
it this
Odyssey.
movie called Astra?
Astrid, Astra,
Astra.
Astra,
I've
something like
got
that.
it.
Yeah.
Listen, that's one of the talk about getting old, man. This is what you have to
Oh
look
man,
forward
it's
to.
just,
I have this
it is
movie
just
loaded up,
not.
ready to watch for like the last
Go ahead and watch it,
six
but
months. I haven't
you'll
had
be
the time.
disappointed.
Yeah, thanks to
You'll
you
be
and these.
disappointed because what it is, it's a lesser intellectual version of Interstellar, if you can possibly imagine that. And I think that it's so sad with what we've learned in a, I don't know, cosmology sense, in a astronomical sense, in a physiology or not but quantum physics sense. How can we not make a better movie after all these years? Why the fuck is Kubrick still the fucking king
Well,
from
there's
the Odyssey?
the thing about Kubrick that it's not good to compare. Like waiting for the next Kubrick, you're going to be waiting a long time. Kubrick was like a freak of nature. That you have a guy with 190 IQ who wants to make
I
film.
get that, but Glenn, I will watch 2010, the year we made contact,
That's a
which
good
is
movie.
essentially,
John
yeah, it's a
Lithgow.
good movie, but
Yeah.
I like Roy
Roy
Scheider,
Scheider.
and
Scheider
so
was good in that
I
movie
like
too.
that.
Yeah.
a lot. I like that. Jonathan Lithgow's good in there, and then all that stuff.
Yeah.
Helen Mirror, but
I
at
forgot she
least it
was
was
in
a
that. That's right. Right.
that was a pretty long period between um, writing the script, and they did it fairly flawlessly, particularly as far as Hal was concerned. I thought that would just be a precursor to what we'd be able to do in the future,
No. But
and now
it's not
it's the
because the
reverse.
technical aspect of filmmaking is far better than it was in the 70s and 80s. The problem is just like
Making it worse.
is that people now are self-regulated. It's like in my head, like if I could do the show I want to do and use the
Mhm.
language I want to use on the YouTube
Then I wouldn't
channel.
be on it. What he's telling you is I wouldn't be on it if he was doing the show that
Well, you may
he
not
wanted to.
want to be on it because might be embarrassing for you, but it
Well, if you're naked, then
no, not like that. I'm saying is that we live in a time. I think it's William Buckley. I think his one of the most famous things I remember, his quote wise from him, was something to the effect of, in the modern. I'm going to try to paraphrase it. Something like, in the modern age, all adventure has been banned. Something like that, right? If you look, consider William Buckley when he was born at the beginning of the
Yeah, that sounds actually more like
20th.
a Carl Sagan quote, but
No,
okay. But
no,
William
because
Buckley. All
remember,
right.
here's a guy who used to like sailing around the world in one of these wooden boats, and
Oh, you're
would
talking about stellar adventures, not.
no,
So we're out of space now and back on the.
I'm talking about adventure, not like the human adventure is just beginning Gene Roddenberry bullshit. I'm talking about in the modern age, the ability for a man to have a real adventure. Most of those things that were available in the 18th and 19th century for guys to go and prove themselves have all been banned. Think about it, right?
I,
We
I
live in a time where most people, what are, in the 1960s and 70s, right? If you wanted to go and have an adventure, what did that mean? I remember in the early 70s, the big thing was in America was hitting the road. People would take it to the extreme of like being free. There was that song by Lobo. I'm sure like half our audience is all like 80 years old. They'll remember this song. Remember Lobo, Free to Be You and Me? No, that was not the song. No. Free to Be You and Me was that horrible Marlo Thomas record. No. Lobo was Me and You and a Dog Named Boo. That's what it was.
oh yeah,
And
me and you and the dog.
and
That was right up there with Chevy Van, by the way. Sammy Johns. That was right
but
around the
it
same.
captured a time
Let's
like
rock it.
think
Yeah,
about now. Now the idea of getting in your car and going on an adventure, quitting your job and hitting the road
yeah.
and doing the thing that really was happening. I was alive. I saw it. That's what teenagers were doing, hitting the road.
Yeah, you had that as a theme to force people out. I'm not force them, but they gave them an out. It was not only me and you and a dog named Boo or
Boo.
Sammy John, Chevy Van. It was other songs too, big songs that
Yeah.
led people out
But
there. I mean,
that
even
it
songs.
was America. What did America mean in the 60s and 70s? It was
Yeah, but that
freedom.
was 20 years after when it was supposed to be. That's the strange thing about it.
Well,
I mean,
what I'm
you think
trying to
about the
what I'm trying to say, Adam,
of the
that
50s.
well, no, but see, in the 50s, there wasn't people. Look, the thing about the 60s, late 60s and 70s is we finally got to that point where almost everyone, even teenagers, could afford a car, even if it was a piece of shit rust bucket and you bought it for $75. You could have a car. In 1955,
Mhm.
that was not the case, man. You know, you had to have a job. Most families had one car if they were lucky. And mother would drive dad to the train station to do his commute, and then she'd use that same car to do the shopping and bring the kids to school. It was a different time. So in the the 60s was the time of freedom. Woodstock
Yeah.
happened because a bunch of teenagers were hitting the road. and that was freedom. Today, there is no freedom because that's global
Okay, but
warming. Global
are
warming.
we gonna equate the freedom that somebody wanted to jump in and get a doobie and just fly down the road
That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is
I'm just saying, but I want to give appreciation to a little bit of a forbearance to that. And to me, the most fascinating part of American development is this post World War II period of prosperity, but also discontent. And I don't think we could cover it without covering Jack Kerouac. So that spirit of Jack Kerouac somehow, without the media, which was only 3 networks, if that, that permeated the subculture to where it reached the topsoil and gave birth to a lot of that live free or die shit and motorcycle gangs that came up in the late 60s. It all started with that poetic shit. I mean, Kerouac is different than Ginsberg, but you got to admit, Glenn, these wordsmiths don't exist today.
but that's what I think
But
that's what Buckley was trying to express is that somehow we've enculturated ourselves to the point where adventure itself is now considered forbidden.
I think you're right. Or defunct, meaning like
Not
there is no more
defunct.
manifest destiny.
Not
You've been to one end or the other. You
well,
know it. I mean,
because look, I mean the freedom that I when I was a kid, the freedom I expected and had actually by the time I could drive was that we
mhm.
could hit the road. We could go on adventures.
It's the most American thing there is, man.
But now the young people are being told that that's causing global warming. They're being manipulated.
Not with these gas prices, brother. Maybe we can change this shit.
But no one is like, listen, we've somehow produced a generation that is living with their parents, that has no assets, that doesn't have a car.
It's
It's
fucking horrible, man.
well, I mean,
You're depressing me.
but I'm just saying that
It's my fucking birthday, man.
yeah, but that's look, I think things are cyclical. Things will come around again. It's inevitable. And if you look at what's
I'm telling you,
going
the only thing that's inevitable right now is that nobody has to go to work tomorrow that is still on
what
here,
work? There is no work.
including you and I. I am going to tap into one of my birthday presents, which is a 6-pack of White Claw that my wife bought for me today. So
That's
I'm gonna go get a
literally
White Claw.
the most depressing thing I've heard all night.
I'm 45, man. I've
That's
got to
like
go with
that's like a
seltzer.
middle-aged guy in 1994 talking about that six-pack of
Listen,
Zima that he's been saving up,
exactly. I got to protect my liver and the caloric intake. And as long as 140 fellow assholes are going to hang out with us, we'll talk for
Not
another
for
hour.
nothing, but that Zima tastes pretty nifty.
Yeah, but that Zima I bought when I was in high school was a big winner with the girls at the party. But I'll
Yeah.
talk about that later.
Anything was a big winner with the girls. Uh, Zima, disgusting. Zima? Yeah, White Claw, yuck. I remember the Zima guy. Boone's Farm. Yeah, I remember all that garbage. The big junk, like the nasty crap in New York City when I was growing up in the 70s was Ballantine Ale. And what was the other one? Uh, it was Ballantine was the big one. That was like the garbage. You could get like a 6-pack of Ballantine, and you and your friends were hitting Wasted City. No, there was no Bartles and James when I was younger. That was later. It was like was it Mad Dog? No, Mad Dog. There was another one, something like Cobra, King Cobra. Old 45. I can't remember. It's been so many decades. Not Zima. Zima was the 90s. Zima was the beer company's attempt to make a beer that women would drink. That was their plan. We need to make a beer product that women will drink. Boy, did they ever. Did they ever. Colt 45, that was it. One wine cooler got you wasted? Yeah, where were you when I was dating? That's malt liquor? Yeah, right. That's right. Old English. That's what I was thinking about. Old English 800. My God, I was a Ballantines man. I don't remember Goebel beer. I remember Schlitz and Genesee, and yeah, I remember Schlitz malt liquor. Hell yeah. Remember Genesee? Pabst? Do they still make Pabst? I don't remember if they. Pall Mall. My mother used to smoke Pall Mall Red unfiltered. That was harkening back to the days like where cigarettes were like Lucky Strike and Chesterfield and yeah, Pabst Blue Ribbon. Mm, Peels. I remember Peels. I remember the year that Lowenbrow was introduced. And they were, remember in the 70s when Lowenbrow was invented, they tried to make it like this was like an imported German beer, but it was just garbage. It was garbage. They had that stupid song, the night's the night. What was it special? I don't know. I remember the last part was "Let It Be Low and Brow." Was their big thing. Yeah. Yep. Low and Brow. Yeah, you remember those Low and Brow commercials? They were so lame, man. Yeah, Pabst. My mother was from Chicago, so we'd go over to Illinois many times, and that's where I remember stealing a lot of the beers at these parties, these family get-togethers. I'd steal my first beers were stolen in the Midwest at family get-togethers. So I've drank a lot of those 1960s style old American beers. They don't make them anymore.
I've had Lowenbrow. You're talking about. I saw Lowenbrow
Oh
talked
fuck
about it here. That's
Lowenbrow,
not
and I was
American.
making
Yeah,
fun of Lowenbrow. I remember the year
yeah,
that.
Lowenbrow.
Yeah.
But Lowenbrow made the small. They were the first pony bottles. So
Yes.
before you knock Lowenbrow, we were sneaking them into dorm rooms in the early '90s before.
Yeah. No, but I
Uh,
remember in like 1970 something they invented that shit, and the commercials came on, and there was always like this dude who looks like a European male model with a couple of blonde European model chicks on the
mhm.
beach on a blanket, and the stupid song would come on, "Let It Be Lowenbrow," and they're drinking the Lowenbrow, and they have like these old German graphic characters, like Lowenbrow for that imported
Yeah.
taste or something. It was just the worst shit.
It was
Yeah.
awful. It was
Oh,
like
the
what
worst.
it was is looking back on it, it tasted like Molson that you got cold and left in the trunk to get
Yep.
warm, and then drank it again cold.
You know what it
Awful.
you know what it
Awful.
reminds me of? It reminds me of these non-alcoholic beers.
Well,
It
I
tastes
have to
like
defer to your
soap. It
wisdom on that.
tasted like soap, right? Um the beer, listen man, the beers to be drinking in the early 70s was like fucking Genesee and Schlitz and
Yeah, Genesee
Pabst.
Cream Ale had a very good run. Genesee itself had I think, probably one of the most, besides Black Label, most economical.
Mhm. Rolling
Schlitz was
Rock,
a decent taste.
Rolling
Rolling Rock
Rock.
was up and coming in the 70s,
Yeah.
and then once Coors Light exploded out of
Well, there was
Colorado
Coors.
to
There
mass
was
production,
you would
that was
get
it.
but Coors was like every back then everything was regional,
Yeah,
right? Except for
yes.
Budweiser and Miller.
Budweiser was the only one that had the whole thing, and then of course you get,
Michelob,
I think
Miller.
Miller. Miller started to, branch out. But once Coors Premium and Coors Light started to get a highway out west and east, that was it, man.
Yeah, Kronenberg. I remember Kronenberg beer and hams. I remember those. But anyways, Meisterbrow, hell yes,
Yeah,
Meisterbrow.
Meister Brown is as dead as my great grandparents, I
None of
think,
these are
right? I
being
mean,
made. The funniest one was Billy Beer, which I think was a Coors product, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong about that, but I
say that again.
remember Billy Carter had a beer, Billy Beer.
Oh, that was that was just short term. That was a novel
No,
item.
man,
Yeah.
they were making that shit. I think from like 1976 or I think 76 to roughly like 82 or 83. They were making
It
that.
could be. It could be because I was like 7 by then, but I want to let everybody know that I am a true Irishman. Come from a giant Irish family, so the Genesee was on tap
Genesee.
at
That
my
was
grandparents' house. And I was drinking it by the time I was 10, so I became a very quick connoisseur of of the beers of the day.
well, the Billy
So
beer wasn't very good, but people would buy it because he looked funny. So you would see the label on the can had Billy's
yeah,
dumb. He had this dumb look to him, like Roger. What was his name? Roger Clinton,
but
right?
Roger
Same
Clinton, same thing.
that same
Yep.
kind of look, like he just
Mhm.
he just took it up the Tookus after doing like an all night freebase deal. He had that kind of like wacky look to him. The beer was bad, but people would buy that shit like it was like a joke that never got old. I wish
I
I'd
tell
kept
you,
some. I wish I'd kept
the
some.
beer that they don't make anymore, but the brewery is still active and co-opted by others. The beer that tasted okay to me and I fell for over and over again because they made the first 18 pack when I was in early high school was Stroh's.
Oh, I
Now
remember
Stroh's
Stroh's.
in the
Sure,
dark blue can,
absolutely.
um, 18 pack, you got it for $9,
Yeah,
$8 or whatever the
say
hell
the
it was.
price is
Uh,
right.
Let me tell you, it didn't taste that bad. The hangovers were
Oh yeah,
exquisite.
yeah, because it was shitty.
Mm,
Yeah. This is the thing.
awful
You got to watch out. But listen, when you're in like high school, it's not about quality, it's quantity, baby. You can get
quantity.
18
Yeah.
cans for less than $10. That's it. There's no way you're
Yeah.
going to make an argument
That's
to
it.
a 16 or 17-year-old guy like, listen, man, you don't want to be drinking that crap. Why don't you get this nice beer? It's like,
Yeah.
$15 for six. You'd be like, no, no, man, I got to bring this back to the frat house. Or I'm going to bring it back to the forest where this girl I want to take her panties off is waiting for me, but we need to get her drunk and my friends. So, what is this? Billy would have been Van Jones' father in law? Yeah. Iron City beer, Goebel beer. Was that a cheap one too? I guess. High school, yeah, that's the thing. So, which were the big beers in high school? I think Budweiser was there, Miller, Coors. Maybe Adam remembers that. I don't think they make it anymore. But my favorite beer in high school and early college, when I was still drinking a lot of beer, was this one called Coors Gold. Do you remember this one, Adam? Coors Gold? Oh, he's not listening. So, Adam, do you remember this?
Yeah. No, I wasn't because my cat managed to knock the power cord off of the. Come here. Why don't you show everybody how big you're getting? Come here. Come here. Glenn doesn't care, but there's a lot of girls on here that want to
Yes,
see how big you're getting.
they want to
Come
see it.
here. Maine Coon. Come here. Don't. There we go. Oh, don't knock it over. There we go. Look how beautiful she is.
Holy shit, that's a big cat.
Yeah, she's a Maine Coon. She's got, look at her tail.
That's the same breed that my cat is, Maine
Knock my
Coon.
earbud right the hell out. Yeah, she's gained 2.5 pounds in 6 months since she's been so
So,
she's gonna be a big.
Do you remember Coors Gold?
Oh well, I mean the banquet. Yeah, of course.
That was one of
Yeah.
my faves, man. Before this was before Sam Adams
That
was released. There was no Sam Adams. That whole thing
no,
hadn't
no.
happened
The
yet.
Coors Banquet was the precursor to all of that stuff. The
Mm-hmm.
famous lager type of, whatever. Um, but it also had a propensity to give you a hangover if you overindulged in the banquet beer.
Coors Extra Gold. I guess that's what it was called.
Yeah, the banquet beer.
And I liked it.
Yeah, Coors. No, well, you had Coors. No, I'm sorry. You had Coors Premium and you had Coors Extra Gold.
Extra Gold was the one.
The one that gave you a
It
little bit of
it
a.
came in tall cans, which was very odd for the 80s. That was a new
Yeah,
thing.
that's.
So you could get a 6-pack of that shit, but it was really like getting a 12-pack. In
Yeah, you would get the
maybe not
16
a
ounce.
12, but it was like
But
getting.
that started the pounder
Yes,
craze,
it
and
did.
then Old Milwaukee went into it, and then oh shit, who did it after? Well, Old Milwaukee did it with bottles, and 16-ounce bottles became returnable, and then Genesee did that, and that whole thing.
Yeah.
16 ounces became like a thing at that point in time, but awful hangovers. I mean,
Yeah,
just
you
like
get
Natty
some
Boh.
wicked hangover.
Oh,
But the one I
ooh.
liked, Coors was good, but we're talking like early to mid 80s. If I could get the Coors Extra Gold,
Mhm.
that was always good. I mean, and a lot of my friends, they come over and I'd have some Coors Extra Gold. They'd be like, "Yeah." But then a little bit later, when the foreign beers started coming in like 87, maybe 86, 87, you could get these Sapporo, these big silver
Ugh.
Sapporo cans. And man, oh
Over
man.
fucking rated fucking beer
No, no,
though. I
but I'm
mean,
not talking about the beer. I'm talking about quantity. I'm talking about when you're like,
yeah, I know Sapporo, but to this day they try to
oh,
sell that shit
and the
at sushi
Fosters, the
restaurants.
big Fosters oil
Yeah,
cans.
Foster's went big,
I would love
real
the.
big.
You could get
Yeah.
like 6 of those, and it would take. You could listen. That's like having 2 bottles of beer in one can. The only problem with it, by the time you're getting to the bottom of the can, it's warm.
Well, not if you were, in my age group at that time. And Paul is right. Mickey's Big Mouth was like a malt liquor that became really, really popular at that age. And I threw a lot of parties at that point in time in my life because my parents had a really bad habit of going down to Florida for a couple of weeks. And I'll tell you, it was just Coors, Extra Gold,
Mm-hmm.
Premium,
Yep.
and Mickey's, and sometimes Molson, which all bad, really bad beer. And I'm ashamed that that's the way I spent my freshman and sophomore year of high school. And I don't advocate anybody do that. It was a long time. I think I was 20 to 21 years old when I realized that what was happening. And I think that's when Boston Lager became the thing. I mean, right around, what do you think, about 95, Sam Adams like busted through with Boston Lager.
Yeah, it
And then
was.
they decided to do the holiday pack,
It
which
was a little bit
exploded
earlier. I know that
everything.
the first Sam Adams was released sometime. I was living in Boston when it was introduced. So it had to be around 85,
Hmm.
somewhere around the 85, 86 maximum. And
But they
that
didn't do much beyond that. They built that brand up
it was a
for
brand new
like
it was a
6 years.
brand new thing. Only some of the
Yep.
hotels were carrying it and local bars like Fathers. I don't know if you're a Boston guy, but Fathers is like a series, Fathers 1, Fathers 2. It's like a towny bar. Really gross,
Hmm.
but good. It's like, where do you go to get loaded if you don't have a lot of money? You go to one of the Fathers bars. Um,
Yeah, what's really interesting is, like, out of all the major cities in the Northeast or even on the North coast, Boston is the one that I have only been to once
mm.
and have not had any bar experience with. So I think I'm kind of missing out
Yeah, as an
on.
Irishman, it's like not going to Israel if you're a Jew. I mean, that
Yeah, exactly. Like you
Boston
gotta
is
you
like
gotta
the
have something.
mecca for Irish drunkenness, man. Especially the North End, even though that's where the Italian restaurants are. That's like the North End of Boston. There's some great times to be had, and the
Well,
beers
I'll tell you what.
were pretty good too.
Tonight was a real inspiration to me because Bill is still in here, but Bill Moran, just tells me, "Oh, I know you're going to be depressed tomorrow. Here's a link, free concert, Dropkick Murphys. Dropkick Murphy. They're going to be up in Boston or whatever." Okay, all right. So 20 minutes late getting into it. Didn't know how long they were going to play. I put it on, and right away, my wife is like, "That language is not going to work for the kids," because I'm blasting it. And I went upstairs, and I just had this hour-long concert of Dropkick Murphys, and Dropkick Murphys, flogging Molly. A lot of people like the Pogues or whatever, but I like all that Irish music, and it really was a centralized theme of Boston. And I'm just thinking, I'm missing something, man. I've never really done Boston. I've got to do it. It's funny you brought this up tonight because I am thinking that is a trip that needs to be made.
Maybe that's what we could do a meetup.
We could. We could. I mean, do we have a lot of Boston people? I don't know.
Other than the fact that I will, like all these places I'm going to, that would be the most disturbing for me because I have a lot of memories of Boston and most of them are bad.
But I would say that that's consistent with your attitude. It's like most of these meetups have been, I would say 80% of the meetups have been in places where you said you would never go back or didn't want to go back or didn't want to do. Boston would be very unique for me.
We could do it. I mean, look, it's been how many decades now since I've been 30, 40 years now? 30, 35 years. I can get over it. Plus the city has changed a lot. But there's anyway, Boston, there's great restaurants in Boston and really the whole scene there is just drunkenness. That's what it is.
And bad traffic. I mean,
yeah, but
what else?
I don't think I even had a car when I was in Boston. I was taking the T. T. They call their little.
Yeah, but before some of the mother projects were completed, my cousin that I grew up with that was my age, she went to Boston University, and she still feels like that's an extension of home. There's something about it, I guess. If you spend a couple years in Boston or whatever, my
Yeah,
brother-in-law,
no, I never
he
got
goes,
that.
he goes up he goes up for a baseball game every year with his buddies. They never miss a chance to get up to Fenway. So he's
There,
Italian. So I think he's eating at some of these North City restaurants.
yeah, the North End, man, you can get. It's astounding how good some of the restaurant. I would even say that I think I can say that I think the Italian food in the North End of Boston is as good or probably better than what you can get in New York City, and that's saying a lot. That's saying a lot, but it's like New York City became kind of bogus in the last decade or two. But the north part of Boston, they never got bogus. Still pretty fucking hardcore over there. It's like the 1950s and the 1960s, socially, if you know what I mean, Adam. Certain types of
Mm.
people wouldn't want to be there when the lights go out. Get your ass kicked.
Boston still has a reputation that, as far as like northeastern or even, like I said, eastern seaboard, the reputation there is pretty harsh
Yeah,
as far as
that's.
non.
I got into a fight in the North End, 1986, because I was with a friend of mine who was black, and a group of Irish guys. They kicked our ass. Well, I mean, I put up a fight, but there was like 4 or 5 of them, and that's why my chin. Look, my chin. One part of my chin hangs lower than the other because of that fight, which really pissed me off.
Because you were Marlon Brando before
I
that, or
was. I was an extremely good-looking guy, and that really fucked me up. But it doesn't bother me anymore because everything else has fallen apart so nicely. It all matches now. So, you know, it
I
actually,
mean, that story is heartwarming, but
I was ahead of my
allow me
time.
to allow me to repeat that I got my nose shattered by a Pakistani
What? How is it possible?
back in the day, way back in the day, because he
Dude.
was a lefty, and I never looked. I mean, I'm standing there, I'm looking at him, right? I'm watching him. I'm smart. I've been in fights my whole life. I'm Irish, and so I'm standing there, and he had about 7 friends behind him, and I've told this story before too. He had 7 friends. He was the 8th guy. My brother was the only guy with me. He agreed to go in. Actually, my brother forced me to go in. He's like, "No, we're gonna fight these guys." And I'm like, "Oh, really? Just kind of be outnumbered here." And I'm standing, I'm talking to this guy. I'm like, "Okay, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? You want to throw this down? We'll do it." Well, this is years ago. I'm like 22 years old, 23, and I'm watching. I've learned how to fight. I'm watching his right hand, and this is a dark parking lot. He was left-handed. He caught me square in the nose. Kind of like turned it in the direction that it's in now. And I know a lot of people know what that feels like. Getting hit in the chin is one thing, but that can knock you out if it catches your if your chin goes back, cuts off the oxygen, you can get knocked out. If you get hit in the nose, your eyes start watering. It's just an incredible process of like all at that point. I'm just trying to identify where this kid is, and I'm reaching out with my left hand, and he's running away. And I caught him by the collar
There you go.
blindly with my left hand, and I can't see anything, Glenn.
But you're
And
just
I'm just,
putting it down,
I mean,
laying the markers
beating
down.
ever loving shit out of this kid until I should say kid. He was my age, but I mean, if you're Irish, you have to have these experiences in your life.
Yes.
And that was one where I turned around and this kid's on the ground. Um, that I got, he already did his damage to me, but I got him on the ground. I turn around, I look at my brother. My brother's surrounded by like 6 guys, and they're all running one at a time after him. Some of you have heard the story, but my brother, we were both soccer players, pretty good soccer players, and my brother had big steel-toed boots on then. He worked part-time in a mill, which he's now running. He was They would come at him low, he would kick them in the fucking head,
That's
and
how
they
you
would
do
just
it.
drop. I mean, it was fun for a while until like we both got overrun and we're like peeling off little kids, and it's like it's not fun. You don't do 7-2 or 8-1 or anything like that. It's and I don't advocate anybody doing it, but it seems like an Irish rite of passage that we have to do. Stylog is saying, speaking of somebody getting their ass beat, how about the Keebler up here?
The
I
Keebler.
think
It's going to
I
be
think it's
so
a bad.
wonderful.
To me, it's a bad news cycle for him not to get a foothold at all when the country's all talking about the coronavirus and COVID-19, the the Trump response, rallying behind Trump,
It's
and before
even
all this really
better.
got a foothold, Trump, what did he do? He endorsed the coach. I don't see a way. I don't see a way back
I think
for
it's
for such
great that his last months in politics, he's literally a ghost. Right? He probably thought I'm going to have at least 6 weeks in the media. I'm going to get interviews, but he's getting nothing. Been ghosted. He won't even be
I don't know.
around.
Pony Soldier thinks that the White Claw is talking. Pony Soldier thinks that Jeff Sessions is going to pull this out.
Yeah, okay.
Hey,
Luck with
does
that.
he want to make a bet? A wager, an unofficial wager? We'll be happy to engage in that.
Yes,
We always pay up.
you
We
do.
always pay up.
Does he go
Looks like
quietly
Pony
after
Soldier is
defeat? No, he's
offended
gonna.
too.
I think Jeff Sessions. What do you say, Adam? Jeff Sessions is
Mm.
gonna write a book, which only PACs created for him will buy, and those books will be sent to libraries in Eastern Europe. and he'll probably end up on Fox News as a occasional political contributor, right?
I would think that at least half of that scenario is going to happen.
So you don't see the
Yep.
Fox News then? You think
No, I think it might be in reverse because I don't think anyone in Eastern Europe is going to even attempt to purchase
Well, you
this.
tell me, when these guys write the fake book and groups buy the bulk of those books, it's not like people on Amazon are buying the Jeff Sessions book. It's like his friends will open up some political pack and they'll go buy a shitload of these books, and it'll end up in a basement somewhere. Right?
Yeah, I think in this case it'll be the NGOs in Europe and other,
That's a
non-governmental.
non-governmental organization,
Yeah,
right?
they have a budget to kind of buy that. And I want to bring this up, and I think Horsey's brought it up now. White claw can't lay a glove on General Michael Flynn. Now, I want to take everybody back to the original bet here. The bet is that the judge will not let Flynn walk. If DOJ decides to do what they did to the Russian trolls and pull the charges, Horsey don't win shit. If Sullivan dismisses the charges with prejudice and declines the guilty plea, then you win. So you're still very much in it, man. Way more in it than I thought you would be. But you're not there yet. But good for you.
The only thing that I see as an impediment for DOJ dropping the case is that I want it to happen, but it just seems to me like it would in their minds it would be like giving the guy a pass because they got Manafort. I mean, anyway, I hope they do.
Yeah, I just think that what they've done on some other fronts right now with the Russian troll farm and all that other bullshit, and Trump's text about pardoning him actually make it more unlikely that Barr would just come in and dismiss everything, because then it would look like, okay, Trump threatens a pardon, so Barr responds with that. I think it's going to ultimately be at play for Sullivan, the judge, and we'll see how it plays. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah. Well, anyway,
Now, keep in mind, the trolls were never in U.S. custody. We're never going to be in U.S. custody. A lot different case than adjudicating against an American one-star general. Or 3-star, not 3 stars, is he? Is that why they all have like 3 stars up on them?
I don't know. Does it even matter at this point?
I don't care.
Guy's like a
I really
laughing
don't.
stock. But all right. Anyway, it's good to see that people are. By the way, I talked to Smooch Panda by text message. Thank you, Smooch. But it occurs to me that I never see what threw me here is I thought I set up your YouTube channel, but I didn't. You did. Anyway, don't worry about it. I think I was looking to see if your latest Periscope had been uploaded, which it hadn't. He's reading that anyway. It doesn't. So, Boston could be doable because Boston is a nice little drive too. I used to do
I
it.
could take the train up and get there within 8 hours.
Isn't there an Amtrak to Boston from?
Yeah, I can get up there in 8 hours.
That's an idea, but this is after.
We could also have the illustrious Frank and Michelle duo, who can get there very easily. I think Horsey will come up and collect on whatever debts he feels he's owed. I think we'd have a good time in Boston.
Yes, in Boston.
Boston.
Arizona is canceling the rest of the school year. Oh man, if I was in school, this would be like
Kansas already did it. So
this would be
my
like
wife,
the greatest year ever if I was still.
my wife is not happy. I mean, my wife is on her second day. No, a day and a half, right? She went to work till 3 yesterday. And she works at majority leader's office. There's 75% of the people have to be there because all this pass through federal funding is going on with that. But she's because she has the young kids, she's on the secondary list. So she's home and she's home with me and she's home with the kids. And I swear to God, she wants to climb up like the wall up to the roof and just like escape. I mean, I've never seen I think she actually texted the majority leader to see if she could go back to work.
Really?
And that is one day with me at home during the week. So this could be, I know how difficult this can be for a lot of people. Well, you and Bonnie haven't been together in the same area for more than a couple days at a time. So we'll see where you're at in a few days.
I'm looking at, this is funny. I think there is such a thing. What should we call it? The coronavirus differential. You can get a room at the Godfrey in Boston for $180 a night.
Oh, I'm sure.
The
I'm sure we can
the
get there
Newberry
for
Guest
180.
House is $257, and the Boston Park Plaza is a measly $87 a night. That's there. There you see, but once this virus thing is over, the prices are going back. Yep.
We got to time it's like a stock market. We got to time it just right.
Yeah, forget Amtrak. Yeah, no, I mean, we'd probably drive it. Casella has
Dude,
shut down. Yeah.
I get it, but I've had 10, 12, 13 years of Amtrak experience, personal and professional, and I've been let down maybe less than 10% of the time. So, and when I do get let down, they let me know pretty much in advance when it's going to happen. So, yeah, I don't know. Ouch, I don't know. I know that Boston is expecting a pretty fair amount of cases. So clearly, we don't just do these events within a week or two out. But for the summer,
Why not?
uh,
We could start a new
I'm okay
thing.
with it,
Let's just do
and I would
something
like
for
to
the
do
weekend. How about
I would like to do Fenway. I really would. I think a lot of people should want to do that. That's historic right there.
Fenway Park is garbage.
Hmm?
You want to go to Fenway Park and take in a game?
Yeah, of course.
Listen, on the loser scale, then you know what we should do? We should go to Chicago and I'll get you into a White Sox game.
Well, I want to go to Wrigley too,
Yeah, man.
but
Wrigley Field. Now there's a perfectly great waste of about 4 hours of your life. 6
yeah,
if you count trying to get your car out of the garage.
well, we're not going to be driving
No,
anywhere.
we will not.
Uh, but
We'll be hitchhiking with the Chinese spies. Paul Daniels loves Amtrak. That's
yeah, because he hasn't been on it since he was a kid.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you would have went on Amtrak as an adult, you would have ran into Joe Biden going from Delaware to D.C.
So yeah, you mentioned Biden. So if you're Joe Biden, what are you thinking? What is his thought process?
If I'm Joe Biden,
Yeah, what's
I'm
going
thinking, where am
coronavirus
I?
and
Where am I? Who's this woman that keeps touching me? What's going on here? That's what I'm thinking if I'm Joe Biden.
so you're just a confused old guy.
Yeah, I'm like, what the hell? What is it? What up? What? Why are people clapping at me?
Please clap.
He does seem pretty fucked.
Yeah, but it must be fun. Isn't it fun to be that retarded? I think so.
I would think it's freeing and liberating to be that level of I don't know. I don't want to call it amnesiac because he's not. He's clearly senile. But can you still drink and smoke? So Paul was being an asshole. Paul clearly is 70 and hasn't been on Amtrak for a long time. I think we gave up the last smoking car on Amtrak like 20, maybe 15 years ago.
Yeah.
You can still drink on Amtrak though. You can drink whatever you want. They prefer you not show it, put it in a brown bag, and you'll be okay.
Dementia. That would be the name of Joe Biden's band. His banjo
Dementia.
band would be called the
Yeah.
Dementia.
Dementia.
The front cover would be like him sniffing an 8-year-old's hair. He's such a sick fuck, that guy. I'm amazed that.
Yeah.
Anyway, whatever, man. That's. I guess he's their savior now. So, not interrupt them.
Why should we direct traffic at that funeral?
Joe Biden, man, oh man. Yeah, he's been going out. He's been hitting that the trail, bragging that he's going to shut down the coal industry, and wondering how that's.
Oh, no fracking, no
Yeah,
coal.
how's that going to work for
I
him
think
in Pennsylvania? I wonder.
I don't know. I'm just waiting for the cow fart limitation. I can't believe it hasn't come yet. See, that's the beauty of Bernie saying this, right? Bernie will keep dragging him to the left the whole way to the convention. So, you know,
13 days, less than 2 weeks now.
boy, that's going to be a good one. I don't want to be too cocky, but that's going to be nice. And I think it might require fireworks or something. You might
We
have to get some shit in
we
your
can
backyard.
probably guarantee a Tuberville victory by at least 5 points.
I don't know if that's the case. Then maybe I got to come up to the farm. Maybe we got to get some fireworks. Maybe we got to bring Obi down.
It's going to be
Like I
cold.
get a feeling like just this needs to be celebrated properly.
Jeff Sessions celebrate. We could probably have Obi take a shit in an adult diaper in honor of Jeff Sessions.
Well, that beats taking a top shelf or
There
upper
you
decker
go.
on yours.
That's a
So,
step
yeah,
up for me, at least from my
yeah.
perspective. That's a step up. See, Obi's in. He'll do it.
Mm.
Can we even buy fireworks? I guess you can buy fireworks all.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. You can.
It
Yeah.
just never would occur to me to shop for fireworks in March. Hey,
No, I think we can get them at a discount at this
I
point, even
think
if we have to order them
we
and get
should
them delivered to your place.
stock up for next July 4th.
Yeah, I think we, if you would have offered either one of us or all of our followers the opportunity to humiliate Sessions even more than getting fired by Trump, we would have said, please give us a time, date, and ability to pre-schedule fireworks. Am I mistaken or am I correct?
You're right. You know what we could do? We could prank call Jeff Sessions campaign headquarters live on the air.
Obi insists that the diaper is not necessary.
Yeah, well, once we get him in it, I think he'll change his tune.
I think we might be able to get Scott there too. And it could turn into a
Scott never
totally
goes
different event.
anywhere, man. Scott,
Scott might come up to shoot some coyote. He's not that far away. He's the same distance I am
he's
from
like,
you.
I think Scott is like 4 hours away from.
No, he's not.
Huh?
He's 3 hours away.
3 hours?
Yep.
Hmm.
Stop being a wussy, Scott.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Yeah, he just doesn't have a direct interstate connection as quick as I do, so he has to kind of go up and around to get to 80. But he can get there in 3 hours. Yeah.
That's pretty good. I know he's not too far away from this Lyme disease doctor, my wife. And it takes about 2 hours and 30 minutes to get to that guy. I think he's about half an hour away. So, yeah.
Union, he's up. If he's Union up the river, right off of 15, he's less than 3 hours away from you.
Yeah.
He's already backing out. I'm boring. I think Scott might be a 20-year-old college girl.
Could be.
Doesn't want to show his face to us in real life. Yeah, he's 1.5 hours away. 2 hours at the outset. That's easy for him. I think he'd be incredibly surprised at how relaxed it is once you just sit down and look out over that pond and that orchard. Um,
Nothing like the
Plus,
orchard.
I'd enjoy meeting him, and I like stadies, even ex stadies. Got 13 days to make up your mind, Scott.
Jeff Sessions. Jeff Sessions. Did you ever get the word on the street who put him up to run again for the Senate? Was it his idea or were people?
I think, yeah, his in conjunction with Bannon, Coulter, Koch brothers, Club for Growth. Yeah.
The post Phyllis
Yeah.
Schlafly Eagle Forum also, didn't they?
Oh God. Don't make me punch objects right now.
Gotta suck, when your founder, right before her death, distanced herself from her own organization.
Exactly. Knowing what was gonna happen. And she was right. I mean, the whole thing went fucking
I put
and
them in the same
you and I
column.
got a front row seat to it because they dragged me into it. And that was the last thing we ever had to do.
But wasn't she still living when you did that speech?
No, she was dead. She
She
was
had just
dead.
died, probably, right?
Yeah, she was dead.
The New York Times says Jeff Sessions was, quote, Trump before Trump, end quote.
Oh God, fucking. You know what? Scott Wagner famously ran for governor against Tom Wolfe. Said the same fucking thing and lost by 30 points. What could go wrong?
Hey, it's tried and true. Is Tuesday the 31st? I guess it is.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Tuesday, 31st. Well, Scott's retired. You're retired. I'm in limbo.
Yeah, your life is grinding to
We
a
could all be up there.
inglorious end. Remember, I got that $12 bottle of whiskey here.
Well, we might have to get a little bit more because Obi wants to come too. And
Yeah,
Obi will cover whatever wages you lose by calling off on Wednesday. You could work most of Tuesday, and you're not too far away from Glenda anyway. So
I drove over to his place in about maybe an hour and 10 minutes.
mhm.
It wasn't that bad. How about a
Okay.
breakdown on what's going
No
on
brown stuff. That's fun.
with votes between now and Keebler? About a breakdown. And
I think there'll be an expenditure of ammunition as well as fireworks. Because I think between Glenn and I, no one has been stronger in their rebuke of Jeff Sessions. I just have to say that it would be a really celebratory night. In many ways more personal than Dilly's, to
yeah,
me
because
anyway. I think it
Dilly
would be more personal.
Dilly
Dilly
was
was
an ass
predictable.
clown for us, but he never really damaged America. You know, he never rose to that level where he could damage the country. Jeff Sessions
Yeah,
damaged the country.
yeah. Dilly never rose to where he could damage his own plumbing.
Yeah, I mean,
That he sits on.
he was our ass clown, but
Yeah,
nobody else's. You know,
we made him who he is, and he's still living off of what we made. It's almost like we crafted a pile of feces, and he's like saying, "Hey, look how tall I am," as a pile of feces.
although he's now openly stating that his show is political comedy. I think that's a good development for him, right? Even though it's not comedy, well, it is, but not intentionally. It's not
Yeah,
intentionally.
not intentional comedy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
unintentionally, it is hilarious. How's that cookie taste now, Elf? Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, I think without being over indulgent here, and it's something that's not my personal realm to dictate. I think that if you've been a longtime member of the fam and you have known that the Keebler has cost us 2.5 years of the presidency, and you are within a respectable distance, and we like you, um, contact Glenn over the next 7 days, and maybe, just maybe, we will have a in-person celebration. If not, we'll do it the way we typically do. But as I understand, you've outfitted your operation to um, have separate station points where somebody can be on the deck enjoying internet service, and someone can be inside at the same time at the bar enjoying internet service. And you could have multiple people filming fireworks, shotgun blast, automatic weapon fire, semi-automatic weapon fire
Uh-huh.
to announce the end of Jeff Sessions.
Jeff Sessions,
This
man.
could happen. I'm not going to say it's going to happen. I'm going to say there's a 25% likelihood that this could happen. But Glenn is known to be a gracious host. And I think the weather is looking pretty good about 2 weeks out. All we
2
would
weeks
need
out.
is,
That could be good.
yeah, it could be good. Could be good. And we'll be gathered in a crowd less than 15. So, even Dr. Fauci would be happy.
Racer rounds. Those are illegal to discharge outside of a military base or top range, aren't they?
I don't think anybody's going to enforce, but I don't know. I don't know. If we don't celebrate the little victories, man, We might not get the big ones, and then we'll have nothing to celebrate. That's my concern. So it's not that I'm concerned we're going to lose the election in November, but if we don't celebrate wiping out an obnoxious asshole like the Keebler elf, who basically thought I'm going to slam dunk my way through this whole thing, what are we working to celebrate? Um,
Oh,
I know Tommy's toned down his campaign. Everybody's toning down their campaigns because of this. What am I calling it now? Wuhan, Chinese, Chicom virus, whatever.
we got a donation from the website from Rita. Just say Rita.
But we know who Rita really is.
Don't want to give away the secret information, but
Mm-mm.
the Wu flu, Gen Love Latte, I think that's what they call it.
I don't know. We've been on so long, I killed off all my devices. I can't see anything other than you.
Well, the laptop's plugged in, so that's all that's important, right?
Yeah, but now it is that the cat tried to fuck that up too. They are smart. I'm telling you, there's something about them. I know people like dogs, but there's something about cats, especially the intelligent breeds. They know what they're doing.
Dragon's breath. That's like my dream shotgun ammo.
What is it?
It's incendiary rounds. They used them a lot in Vietnam. You know, like with the VC would have those little like underground caves, not even caves, they
Yeah,
were like tunnels. They would like live like
yeah,
ants in the
tunnels.
tunnels, and our guys would use 12 gauge shotguns with incendiary ammunition as like a column of flame going through
Yeah,
tunnels.
those are yeah, those are the guys with the short wood stock and the sawed off on the front, and they would load them off. But I never heard that for the ammo.
No, I don't. I can't remember how it was. All I remember about it is that it would literally, as the round would pass through you,
Mm-hmm.
it was like liquid molten flame, and it
So
would
it's
set
that's
your insides on fire while you were still alive. That's the
hmm.
part of the story I remember.
So that's almost like phosphorus.
I
But
can't remember what the active ingredient was to make that happen, but
that sounds like a. Let me tell you what it really sounds like: a violation of the Geneva Convention.
uh, flamethrowers were okay, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is not really. I'd say a flamethrower is probably much more horrible. Special type of incendiary effect round for 12 gauge shotgun. Magnesium pellets and shards. Round is fired, sparks and flames can shoot out to about 100 feet. But that's.
We're not going to
Oh,
be firing off any magnesium fucking rounds here.
I don't even have them. No, really, I don't. Um, maybe we'll get a flamethrower.
We could get a flamethrower. I
I've
don't
been
know.
wanting to buy a flamethrower
You
for
don't have
some
you don't
time.
have a you don't have an old Tommy gun, do you?
No.
Sheesh.
Magnesium. Yeah. at the gun show outside of Philadelphia, there's this one group of guys. All they do is make these exotic 12 gauge rounds. I mean, they're like
Mhm.
doing flechette and dragon's breath and straight up incendiary rounds. Uh, all this weird shit, and that's one of the best things about PA. That stuff is legal.
Yeah, but I want a 12-inch barrel before I fire that shit off. Like I don't want any accidents happening too close to the expenditure fucking point on that. But yeah, I guess that would be cool. Do that. I think fireworks might be just as good.
Mm-hmm. Well, fireworks, I'm getting better. The last July
The
4th
last one was awesome, man. Awesome.
was the shit, and now I know the last thing I've got to do is just master uh, the fuses. So setting up all the fuses, the right delay
Mhm.
time. So you just light one, and I can just sit back and I don't have to keep going and lighting anything.
And they just all go
It'll become
together,
like
and
a
that would work.
professional show, you know.
That would work very well in conjunction with like an announcement like it's official. Fox News has called Tommy Tuberville to win Alabama. And then all of a sudden we cut to whatever, how many you have to light and just sit back and enjoy the party.
We could do it and then take the recording and send it to the Tommy Tuberville
Yeah, it could.
guys and say,
Could.
"This is a Pennsylvania celebration of your victory. Thanks for slaying that piece of human shit." Signed, Glenn.
Yeah, I mean, here's why Scott's afraid to hang out with us, but you really shouldn't be, man. Scott, I think it's a short trip, man. Next time we can possibly we're not even saying this is going to be it, but
Nope.
at some point this summer, I think you need to come and hang out with us. And I take it as a tribute to the state police whenever I get to hang out with a trooper in good standing and uh, just hang out and enjoy what you probably can't conceive until you see, which is an orchard far to your left and a beautiful um, um, I'm not going to call it a lake, but it pretty much is a lake in front of you. And to the right of you is nothing for 1,500 yards to the neighbor who I've never seen before. So, I mean, we got trees, you got just silence other than bullfrogs and certain insects. And you can see every star in the sky. And for now, since he upgraded his range, you can actually get a text from your wife or something while you're on the deck enjoying yourself. So hopefully you consider that. And everybody else, we're under 2 weeks. So we can put Jeff Sessions politically where he belongs.
Yep.
I mean, imagine, I think our job over the next 2 weeks, a little bit, is not only to just convey all the things that are going on, Glenn, but just to remind everybody what Jeff Sessions did to this president.
Yep.
You know, I mean, don't get lackadaisical about this stuff.
All he had to do was pull his own ripcord at the very
Hmm.
beginning, and this thing would have gone completely opposite.
Oh no, it would have been over. I mean, if yeah, I'm not going to rehash
We know what he
history.
did. And that's why when
Oh,
that piece of human shit finally is dead, I'm gonna throw a party, man. A
and
par.
I'm gonna be there.
And I'm all of his little friends will be like, his sons and daughters have to watch what you're doing. I'll be like, why? They're watching now? And then we'll get really nasty. Are you telling me they're watching now? Because if they are, then now we're going to be doing the dildo show on the Jeff Sessions doll here, which I've
Well,
had made in Mexico, like we did with the Bill Mitchell and Ann Vandersteel. We'll do a Jeff Sessions one.
we will, but again, we got 3 shows between then and now. Um,
We got a couple
Happy
shows in
St.
the next
Patty.
13 days, right?
Yeah, yeah. Salante to everybody out there. I saved one last sip for everybody for St. Patty's Day toast. Salante and all the people that wish me a happy birthday. Thank you. The only happy birthday are the ones that actually take you a year younger, but I will accept your wishes nonetheless. And we will be back on as news dictates. I don't know.
Could be at any time,
Definitely.
right?
Yeah, it could be at any time except tomorrow because I will be completely off the radar tomorrow. Uh, my wife insists, got birthday stuff going on tomorrow, but it could be Thursday, it could be Friday, it could be Saturday. We don't know. No, I'm sorry. Tomorrow is Wednesday. Yeah, so it could be Thursday or Friday. But tomorrow is my birthday, turning 45. Everything's starting to go to hell. My spouse is deciding to treat it like it might be my last. So I will be out of contact for tomorrow night. But appreciate everybody tuning in. I think I had a good time tonight. We talked music, politics, movies, alcohol. What the hell did we leave out?
Sessions. We talked about that rat bastard Sessions.
No, I don't want to include them. Anyway, so this is where I sign off myself and let Glenn put some eloquence in here that I don't have right
I'll
now.
put
So
this show
anyway,
down like old Yeller.
you will put it down quickly. Now you'll moan over it a little bit, and then you'll put it down. But thanks everybody for all your wishes of happy birthday, and see you not tomorrow. Be offline tomorrow, but Thursday, Friday, or Saturday. Most likely Saturday.
All right, Adam.
Yeah.
Happy birthday. Goes. There he goes, everybody. So, hope you guys had a nice time hanging out with Adam. Something tells me we're going to be doing this before Saturday. Something tells me. But until then, have a good time. What are they saying? What do they call it? Shelter in place? That means don't end up like Jeff Sessions, frantically masturbating in the men's room while trying to simultaneously look underneath the stall. I hate that guy. I hate you, Jeff Sessions. Hate you. But to the rest of you, great hanging out with you. See you soon. Take it easy, unless there's something that's pressing. I don't think it. Shelter in place, right? What is that? Shelter. It sounds like a bunch of people who've never fought in their lives, trying to tell other people who are weak the best way to get killed, right? Anyway, thanks for coming by, guys. We will be back soon. Be safe. And remember to wash your hands, especially if you've just clicked on a Jeff Sessions picture on the internet.